I call to order the regular session of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, August 8th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Roll call, please. Here.
Here.
Here. Here.
Here.
Okay, this evening's invocation will be given by Reverend Chris Ireland of the Compass Church, and he's their chaplain. And I'm going to ask everybody to stand, and then after the invocation, turn and pledge allegiance to the flag.
Let us pray. Oh God, we thank you for each and every commissioner here, for these men and women you've appointed to lead the people of this city, for you have said in your word that you appoint these leaders. And Father, we ask now that you would just give them wisdom as they conduct business tonight, as they continue to seek how best to serve the citizens of this community and glorify you. We give this time over to you, Father, and it's your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get started with public comments. Is there anybody here for public comments on anything that's not on the agenda?
Good evening, Anita Protas, 901 Bayshore Drive, Tarpon Springs. I think we need to give an applause to a young man here in the audience tonight. He was in church, the Greek Cathedral Sunday, when Manuel Gombas collapsed with a heart attack. It's former Mayor's Tom Kolianis' son. He did CPR on him, saved him till the paramedics got there. He coded, and he's doing much better in the hospital. So we have a young man who learned to do CPR, has worked as a medic, and we were very fortunate that he was there, and I think we owe him an applause. It's nice when our young men do courageous things, and we miss a lot of them. Thank you.
Sir, Mr. Delakis.
Peter Delakis, 514 Ashland Avenue. The scriptures I'm going to read, I picked out because they're relevant with regards to change of heart, change of mind. I'm going to start with kind of a prelude, and then I'll get to the main message. First, Psalm 78, 1 through 4, 7 through 8. Psalm 78, 1 through 4, 7 through 8. O my people, hear my teaching. Listen to the words of my mouth. I will open my mouth in parables. I will utter things hidden from old, things we have heard and known, things our fathers have told us. We will not hide them from their children. We will tell the next generation the praiseworthy deeds of the Lord, his power, and the wonders he has done. Then we jump to 7. Then they would put their trust in God and would not forget his deeds, but would keep his commands. They would not be like their forefathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation whose hearts were not loyal to God and whose spirits were not faithful to him. Okay, next we're going to go to Proverbs 1 through 6. The Proverbs of Solomon, son of David, king of Israel. For attaining wisdom and discipline, for understanding words of insight, for acquiring a disciplined and prudent life, doing what is right and just and fair. For giving prudence to the simple, knowledge and discretion to the young, And let the wise listen and add to their learning. And let the discerning get guidance for understanding proverbs and parables, the sayings and riddles of the wise. Okay, that's that one. Now we go into, where's that? Samuel 1:10, 1, 6, 7, 9. 10, 1. Then Samuel took a flask of oil and poured it on Saul's heads and kissed him, saying, "Has not the Lord anointed you leader over his inheritance?" 6. The Spirit of the Lord will come upon you in power, and you will prophesy with them, and you will be changed into a different person. Once these signs are fulfilled, do whatever your hand finds to do, for God is with you. As Saul turned to leave Samuel, God changed Saul's heart, and all these signs were fulfilled that day. And lastly, where is it? Ezekiel. I'm sorry, page 929, that's back here. Ezekiel 36, 24 through 27. Where is it? 36. For I will take you out of the nations, I will gather you from all the countries and bring you back into your own land. I will sprinkle clean water on you, and you will be clean. I will cleanse you from all your impurities and from all your idols. I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit in you. I will remove you from the heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. And I will put my spirit in you and move you to follow my decrees and be careful to keep my laws. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other public comments? Anyone from in the auditorium? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand. You'll be allowed in to talk. And I do have a raised hand. I'll allow the first person in. If you can state your name and address for the record.
Chris Roboski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. Thank you once again for hosting these meetings on this format in Zoom, as I was unable to attend in person. I was hoping Peter would bring it up, but since he did not, my phone was ringing off the hook. There was some activity on the 74 acres currently owned by Walmart on the Anclo River that will someday soon be a park. I was assured by Peter and others that Duke Energy is doing work over there in front of the property outside the gate. So I just wanted people to rest assured that the Morgan Group is not breaking ground. And if the mayor or others on the dais tonight want to add to that knowledge and information, that would be nice, because I don't have the information in front of me to give to these people. So I told them to watch the meeting, and hopefully they would be enlightened as to such. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
City Manager LaCourse, do you want to confirm that?
Yes, I'll confirm it is Duke Energy, and they're working on both sides of 19. We went up there last week to check and ensure it's their project and their power line project. They're working there. The first call we got was them working by the old Derange Golf Range on the other side of 19. So they are doing their major transmission line work and be working on there. But it is completely a Duke Energy project, and our inspectors are out there. Obviously, we have no permitting control of that. Duke Energy is able to do it, and we've checked on it, and I'll confirm that.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, are there any other remote access comments?
And we do not have any other raised hands at this time.
Ms. Jacobs?
We do have one email we received. This is from Pantelis Mimasakis, 204 North Florida Avenue. To whom this may concern, I would like to bring to the attention of revamping the lovely sponge docks with more events for the off-season to benefit our community as well as the local businesses. As we are all aware, First Friday takes place in downtown Tarpon and would like to do something similar, let's say the second Saturday of the month. I could personally go and reach out to all the vendors that participate in the First Friday event and see if they are willing to participate as well as add new vendors to this event. I am more than confident that 99% of the business owners on the sponge docks would love to participate with open arms, as this would help bring business to the sponge docks at nighttime. Please let me know your thoughts and concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Okay, let's move on to the consent agenda. We've got 7 items. Does any commissioner wish to pull any for questions? If we can save our comments until the end to approve all of them or one at a time. Any items to be pulled? Okay. Item 1 is attorney's fees, Carlton Field invoice 1229857. Person Cohen Mooney Fernandez and Jackson, PA invoice 3952. Item 2, authorize execution of contract for conducting municipal election. Item 3, extend file number 180178-C-CM demolition and abatement services. Aisle 4, award file number 230197, lighting repairs, maintenance and installation of street lighting. Item 5, authorize execution of historic resource survey grant agreement. Item 6, award file number 230201, single source purchase of ammunitions. Item 7, approve Attorney Kardash to be designated co-counsel on the code enforcement appeal. Are there any public comments on any of these items? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to make a comment, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed into talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, may I have a motion and a second? And are there any commission comments on this item? Okay, roll call, please.
I'm sorry, who made the second? I have Commissioner Eisner as making the motion.
I second it.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay. Let's move on to the special consent agenda, employee medical and dental insurance renewals for fiscal year 2024. City Manager, of course.
Yes, we're bringing up our HR Director, Jane Niffen, and our representative from Gary. We'll bring up Jane Niffen, our HR Director, and our representative from Garing Group to tell you about this year's medical and dental insurance renewals.
Honorable Mayor and Board of Commissioners, good evening. Jane Niffen, HR Director. I'm here tonight to ask that you approve the employee medical and dental insurances as outlined in the backup. The medical is the FMIT Choice Plus Plan 15. The effective date would be October 1st of 2023 to September 30th of 2024. The increased cost is 7%, but it includes our wellness clinic and our EAP program. Secondly, we have the dental program, which is with MetLife. It's a PDP Plus. The renewal dates for that would be October 1st of 2023 to September 30th of 2025 at 0% increase. This network through MetLife includes many of the local dentists. I'm further asking you to approve that the city continue to pay 100% of the employee-only medical premiums at the new rate. In addition, we're asking that the city absorb the 7% increase in dependent medical premiums. The employees' share of the dependent medical premiums would remain unchanged. As you know, this has been a very difficult year for everyone, including our employees with the inflation at a very high rate. Now, our goal for the city has always been to find the most complete benefit package at a reasonable cost. The best program for both the city and its employees, considering a combination of service, level of benefits, and premium cost. To that end, in late 2019, the city engaged the services of the Garing Group, who is our consultant and broker. Garing Group conducted extensive RFPs in 2020, implemented in fiscal year 21, and they have more than proved their worth. Not only do they negotiate, they review all of our programs, they do negotiate the lowest possible price, and they make recommendations to the city. As well, they perform a valuable service in education for our employees with regard to their health benefits and their health status. And lastly, but not least, they keep us compliant with the many benefits-related statutes and regulations. There are so many of them out there, it is difficult to follow. So without further comment, I would like to introduce Mr. Sean Fleming, Senior Benefits Consultant from the Garing Group, and he will delve into greater detail on these renewals. Mr. Fleming?
Thank you, Jane. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here again. For the record, Sean Fleming, Senior Benefits Consultant with the Garing Group. So for those of you that have been around, we'd like to give you a little update, just what's behind the renewal, what's going on in the industry and the market, and happy to answer any questions that you all have after that. So we're going to dive right in here today. Just high-level overview. These are the plan offerings that are offered to employees of the city. So we have our medical insurance and our on-site clinic, which is offered ultimately through the Florida Municipal Insurance Trust, through the Florida League of Cities. That's obviously the big one that everyone's most interested in. And then we have our dental, vision. We have basic life and voluntary life, voluntary being coverages that employees can purchase on their own. And then we have short and long-term disability and flexible spending accounts in our employee assistance program. So taking a look real high level at the plan, I always like to hit on the schedule of benefits. This is high level what the employees, most services that they'll have on a daily basis or on a yearly basis are either going to be subject to a $250 deductible or $500 if they're covering their family. They have co-pays for primary care and specialist visits. And then ultimately, at the end of the day, what we really have insurance for is that worst case scenario. And the protection levels there are $2,500 for a single employee and $5,000 for a family. So worst case throughout the plan year, that's what you're gonna pay for those coverages. So as Jane said, I'll just hit on this real quick. In 2020, we released an RFP for medical as well as a couple of the dental and vision plans. Ultimately, in that year, we ended up with a slight reduction from the League of Cities. Part of what was going on in that year, if we all remember 2020, which I think we do, was that was our first year of COVID. So we also saw in that plan utilization as a whole across the industry and for the city was lower than it typically was because doctors weren't seeing patients, hospitals were only taking really critical items. So that helped with those rates a little bit in that year. And then last year, we try not bid everything in one year, so if you make changes, it's not too disruptive. Last year, we bid the life, disability, and supplemental plans. We made some changes on the supplemental plans and found that on the life and disability, we really had the best deal there from those. So that's how we check the market to make sure we're in a competitive state. So taking a little bit deeper dive as to what's going on and what's driving cost increases. In the current year, our claims overall are up about 9%. Medical inflation, PricewaterhouseCoopers just did their big annual report, about 7% nationwide for the last year. Florida typically runs 2 to 4% higher than Florida, largely because of our retiree population, and then we have some high areas where we have very high costs of medical care. So that's where you see that 9 to 13%. And on the right, we have a graph. You'll see that 2019 and 20 year, how it's kind of artificially low. But if we kind of throw that out, you'll see that we have relatively minimal increases year to year. When you think about where inflation is now, the other thing, we have a lot of groups that are seeing 15, 20% increases the last couple of years. So the city has an 86% loss ratio right now. And what that means is for every dollar that's paid in premium to Florida Municipal Insurance Trust, basically 86 cents on the dollar goes out to pay for claims, pharmaceuticals, visits to the hospital, doctor. That leaves about 14% for them to administer the plan, provide a network, provide explanation of benefits, recruit new providers, which is pretty much industry target is 14 to 16% in that regard. And what we put on there is last year at this time, it was 82%. So it's about 4% higher. So what's driving that? I like to dive into that. This is something that's happened at the city, but also everywhere. Our medical claims, so excluding pharmacy, is up 2.6% year over year. However, our pharmacy claims are up 26.4%. Now, the one silver lining in that is they're not dollar for dollar. About 75% of our costs are still medical, and only 25% are pharmaceutical. But you'll see there, just looking at the number, if we annualize it, last year we had about 877,000 in pharmaceutical claims. This year we're on track to be at about 1.1 million. So next logical question is, what's driving that? Really, it's a couple of categories. The first one is cancer treatments. So we see a lot of new medications for cancer that have very high costs around them. And we've also seen some of our cancer screening rates as a whole for the industry drop during COVID. People didn't go get the test. So now what's happened is more people are getting back to their regular screenings, and they're finding more than we typically would in a year at these higher costs. So that's the first thing that's driving pharmaceutical costs. The second one, I'll skip to the end, is what we call kind of the broad autoimmune category. If you see commercials for Humira, Enbrel, Taltz, Stelara, these are treating things like psoriasis and rheumatoid arthritis, Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, this general class of autoimmune drugs. They have very, very high prices with them, sometimes $6,000 to $8,000 a month for a script. But the one that's really driving a lot of spend is new diabetes medications this year. And this becomes kind of a hot topic because there are some doctors that are prescribing these medications for weight loss. And I'm sure if you've seen the news, but these are all ultimately fall in this diabetes class of medications. And what we're seeing is people that used to be on a $10 or $20 generic a month, now their doctor's putting on a $1,000 new drug that treats them differently, is more effective, but it adds a lot of those costs that we pointed out in the plan. So I'd like to go into that a little bit just so you understand really what's driving claims costs. It's really those pharmaceuticals. And lastly, the city has 3 catastrophic claims, so we use a threshold of $150,000. 3 catastrophic claims over that $150,000 amount. So what we do each year with actuary in our office is we take a look at the city's data and say, what do we think renewal increase should be just based on claims and accounting for medical inflation? That projection came out to about 13.8%, predominantly driven by those higher pharmacy costs and then just our general inflation that we're seeing. We were able to work with the League of Cities based on your tenure with them, based on a couple of those catastrophic claims that shouldn't be ongoing, and we were able to get them to a 7% increase to the rates. That's no change to the schedule of benefits and no change to the health center. So ultimately on the medical insurance, the recommendation is that the city renew based on where that loss ratio is and including the clinic. That's a very, very strong renewal proposal. And then lastly on here, we have all the other lines of coverage. Dental was up for renewal. We were able to negotiate that to no increase, as well as all the other lines of coverage. So with that, I know I went kind of fast, but I know you got a busy meeting and I want to get to questions. So I'm happy to open that up, see if anybody would like me to dive into any of that a little further.
Let's go to public comments first on this item. Are there any public comments? This is on the medical and dental renewal for the employees.
Peter Lex, 514, you got to do what you got to do. But I want to highlight something the gentleman mentioned. The highest increases in pharmaceutical costs, all these designer drugs that they're putting on TV, they keep bombarding you so people feel like, oh, I need that drug. Yeah, go to the doctor, they ask for it. Now, they have proprietary licenses for a certain time, but let's look at the other side. This is a whole system. Why are they getting the arthritis and these drugs, anti-inflammation? Why are they getting the inflammation? Get to the root cause. Is it a dietary thing? Is it an allergy? Is there some kind of synapse thing? Get to the root cause of the arthritis or the irritation, the inflammation. And we keep throwing drugs at it. And the system is designed to do that. When I got out of college, I wanted to be a medical doctor. I didn't get in, I got on waiting list, but you know what people told me? Go be a medical rep. Go around, you go all these offices, you pitch these drugs, you make $50,000, $60,000 a year, and that was back in the 70s. The doctors, they get the visits, they get the free samples. I take my mom to the office. She'd come from Dr. Bilirakis' office with bags of all these different drugs to try. And I'm not going to quote on any particular doctor, but when they get money, they put it in the stock market, and maybe they buy the companies that sell the drugs. And also maybe the companies that put the poisons out there that get people sick in the first place. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to make a comment, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, Mr. LaCourse has advised me that we need a motion to agree on the renewal for the medical and dental insurance as presented by the Guerin Group. Is there a motion and a second?
It's a motion.
Okay, Commissioner comments or questions for Mr. Guerin?
I have no questions.
I know how much this is to the city staff, and that is one of key blocks in trying to get employees here for the city. It's a great option. It actually helped me out one of my times of need this year. So I do believe in it, and I think it is a great bargaining tool in trying to bring city staff and growing our departments. So thank you.
Okay, anything else? There's general agreement among the employees that they're very satisfied with United Healthcare, and I'm just simply happy we're continuing to be able to provide that. Do you see anything in the future as far as bumps beyond where we are right now?
So bringing that up, I'll say somewhat undetermined yet, and the Florida legislature passed a bill, I believe it's Senate Bill 1550, that for January 1st potentially puts what I would say are benefits that will benefit the members but maybe hurt the plans on the pharmacy. So what has been proposed is in that law, but there's some lawsuits and some challenges going on, are things like you cannot have step therapy, which would start someone on a lower cost medication before they move up to the higher cost. You can't steer them to a particular pharmacy where there's a better deal. You have to let them go to any pharmacy regardless of the price. There's a couple other provisions in there that we're watching very closely. That would not affect the plan until either January 1st or October 1st of next year, but that's the biggest thing I'm concerned about for the future. As you saw where the pharmacy numbers already are, there's some things in that law that I think will potentially open up the floodgates on being able to pick higher cost medications. So that's the one thing I would say we're worried about right now.
We could see something similar in that regard here, as you presented here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If there's no other questions or comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay. Item 9 is to ratify agreement with the International Association of Firefighters, Local 4966. City Manager LaCourse.
Yes. Basically, there was the same principles in negotiating this contract as it was with police. We have to keep up with the other cities in this county. So it was an effort like it was police between the union and the city to look at the actual numbers. Negotiations, a lot of times you throw things out, but both of us from the start set the goal of let's look at the actual numbers, let's look where the other cities are and going, and let's put us right there with them and not so far behind the 8 ball in dealing with prices. We did that. It was a good working together relationship to get this contract, which you see is prominently a pay. There's some little other articles in there, but they're very minor because we knew the cost to put us up with the increases that we're seeing with all the other cities. We needed to concentrate on this 3-year contract on the pay issue and to try to get us close to equitable and be able to compete to get the best firefighters that we could get and keep them here. So you see the contract and you see the terms, which is mostly financial. They're a little bit different, but when you add them up together, they're along the same lines as the police to get them where they need to be. So I know we got the union representative, we got the chief here. If there's any questions, but this is a good contract that was worked on in good faith by both sides and brought to you as a fair contract to, again, keep up with what's going on with the other cities in this area.
Is that
And
it?
again, if you've got any questions, we've got the union representative in the audience, Mr. Stone. We've got the fire chief here. If you've got any questions on it, they're here to answer those for you.
Nothing for the residents to see here or go presentation or anything like
No.
that? Okay. Are there any public comments concerning this item? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to make a comment, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Are there any commission comments or questions on this item?
I just want to say that it's pretty equitable with what we've seen with the police department, as far as raises and so forth and the things they're asking for. I think these days especially we need to pay attention to how we're treating our fire people and retention, so this is a good plan.
Commissioner Kulyas?
I do want to say something, and I spoke with Mr. Stone some time back in City Hall one time when I ran across him. I'd like to see a little bit more publication of our firefighters via social media. Let the public know who they are, what stations they're at, a little bit more community outreach. The police department does a pretty good job with that, and I'd like to see the fire department do as well. That way we get to know who these firefighters are and really get that community outreach going. Thank you.
Commissioner Eisner?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Michael Stone. I appreciate the trip you took me out on the boat. I got to see what you guys do. I really appreciate what you do, how hard you work. Chief, I appreciate the tour you gave the other day. A lot of people don't realize how much you do and how prepared you have to be to do the unknown. So I do want to thank you on the behalf of the commission. Thank you.
Okay. I actually, Commissioner Kulianis.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Mike Stone. I'd like to thank the chief. I got to do participate in the Op 101, and it's tough. It's hard to wear all that big uniform and the tank and go and fight a fire. And I think we'll, between our police officers and our firefighters that put their lives on the line, I think our part is to support you, so I do it gratefully.
Okay, I basically just want to congratulate everybody. It was a smooth negotiation, like the police department, and I think we really benefited from getting an early start, and also Mr. Stone contacting the commission and briefing them on what the issues were as well. So thank you all. We have a motion and a second, so Ms. Jacobs, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Item 10, update and direction on water and sewer rate study.
Paul Smith will be coming forward with a representative to talk about this. Paul?
Thank you, City Manager. Paul Smith, Public Services Director. I have with me here tonight also members of the team that worked on this rate study update. To my left here is Andrew Burnham from Stantec. He's the Vice President of Management and Technology. Also in the audience, Ron Herring, Finance Director, and Public Services Assistant Director Tommy Kiger put a lot of work into this, and he'll be presenting a few slides in a minute. So by way of introduction, what we've been working on is an update to the financial study for the rates. And with Stantec, Andy here to my right, or left, our water and sewer utility operates as an enterprise fund, which means that the user fees are what funds the utility. And because of that, we've got to make sure the rates are adequate to fund the operations and also the infrastructure. It also must address financial criteria, including fund balances, bond coverage, borrowing and financing, and also our credit rating, which includes certain requirements for fund balances and having a multi-year approach to our rate plan. I'll have Andy talk a little bit about his firm and his background with this.
Sure. Good evening, Commissioners. So as you know, rate setting for utilities is generally a complex and pretty specialized undertaking. And that's something that myself and my team at Stantec have been doing for a long time. Particularly in Florida, we work with over 130, I think it's about 150 communities now on setting of various utility rates. But we also do this work outside of Florida, across the country. So we really bring best practices from a national perspective, routinely work with the rating agencies, as well as other utilities across the country, and several utilities locally. So as we go through the presentation tonight, I'll be happy to offer context about what we see with other agencies here in Florida, across a bigger backdrop, and some of the financial management undertones. But as you can see from the map, just locally, we do a lot of work in Pinellas County, including with the county itself, several of the agencies here, as well as in Hillsborough, Pasco, and really up and down the West Coast, and as well as East Coast of Florida. So, and we've been working with the city. In fact, personally, I've been working on utility rate evaluations periodically for the city for about the past 20 years, since about 2003 time period. So, you know, I have a lot of history about the utility rates, but obviously Mr. Smith has a significant amount as well that we want to start with that and then start working through what we're seeing today as we look at the numbers.
I didn't really trust this thing, but we'll try it next. Up in front of you on this slide is some history on our rates. And these numbers you see are percents. They're percent increases each year. And you can see this chart starts in 2009. This was back when we were purchasing water from Pinellas County. And you can see that blue line at the top is the water increases each year. And they averaged about 10% over that period of 2009 to 2016 or 17. Annual increases were then reduced down to 6.75%. And then in 2019, we did a 10-year rate plan. Our initial recommendations were a 5% for that year, followed by inflationary 2.9% increases. The feedback we got in the hearings was, can you lower that increase a little more? We went back to the model. We looked for ways to defer some projects, reduce costs, or eliminate projects where we could, and we came back with 4% instead of 5%, followed by 2.75%. That 10-year plan was approved in 2019. In 2021, we came back, and the results of what we heard and discussed was a plan was approved of an actual reduction in rates. So this was where rates actually went down by 2.2%. In 2022, and the 3-year plan was approved that had 0% increases for 2 years after that. here's a little more detail on that 2021 hearing that resulted in the rate reduction and then 2 years of 0%. With that was the direction to come back, because we understood financial conditions can change, come back and let's reevaluate this before 2024. So that brings us here tonight with results of that evaluation. And I'm going to ask Tommy Kiger, Assistant Director, to come up and tell you about what's been happening financially since 2021. I think you already know, but he can go into detail about how it relates to the utility.
Thank you. Tommy Kiger, Assistant Director for Public Services, and I was also the project manager for this study. As people might be aware, there's been significant inflationary pressures across many sectors, and the inflationary pressures in the water treatment sector and utilities has actually outpaced general inflation. You can see here there's just an example of 4 different areas where we experienced significant inflationary pressures in our operations costs. Looking at electricity, operating supplies, repairs and maintenance, which includes things like buying pipes and buying pipe fittings, and the cost of repairing pumps and motors, and even facility insurance. Obviously, we know that there's been quite a bit of insurance cost increases throughout the state of Florida. But the takeaway is just within those 4 sectors, and those are kind of emblematic of what's happening throughout many of our different accounts. We've experienced, almost $1.5 million of cost increases over the last 3 years, and those are annual increases. Those have dramatically outpaced what we originally planned for in the model. The model from the 2021 study used kind of long-term inflationary numbers of about 3.5 to 3.8% annual inflation. And here you can see we're experiencing inflation 50, 60, 30, 75% in many cases. This is one example from the Federal Reserve that shows some of the cost pressures that we've been facing. On the left, you can see the index for water treatment chemicals, and on the right, you can see the inflationary index for plastic pipe. And those are federally published numbers, and you can see, again, we're experiencing significant cost pressures. We also have significant capital needs that we're trying to address through the rates. Ranging from building out the well field, which is currently at capacity for the reverse osmosis water treatment plant. We need to continue to do that to address long-term growth. Addressing the remaining 50 to 60 miles of metallic water mains that we would like to address over the next 30 years through the Water Pipe Renewal Program. And also the wastewater plant's approaching 40 years of life. It was built in 1985, and so it's going to require 2 phases of major rehabs over the next 15 years to maintain current levels of service. The one takeaway is that long-term, we're looking to be able to support $6 to $7 million annually in capital based on updated construction and capital costs based on guidance from Stantec. And here you can see what we were looking at on construction cost index these are again from the Federal Reserves, going back to May 2021 when we did the last rate study. And you can see things were right along the historic trends. But fairly immediately after this, things started to get a little bit out of hand on construction costs. So we had significant cost inflation in construction and raw materials that we've experienced over the last 2 to 3 years. We have made a strong effort to try and control rates. We used 3 different strategies to try and avoid any impacts to our customers to the maximum degree possible to keep our water safe, affordable, and aesthetically pleasing. So we have done some significant cost cuts. We've cut, non-essential infrastructure. We've delayed over $10 million in critical infrastructure projects in order to buy us time to address these inflationary pressures. And we've also are going to be focusing on revenue recovery, updating our meters, making sure that we're capturing all of the billings for the services that are provided. And we're also going to use alternative funding strategies, grants, using some of the remaining impact fees, and also spending down some of our reserves as a sort of bridge to buy us time to get caught up on the rates to current operational costs. This is one example of what we've been trying to do to help control water rates and to address this problem and buy us some time to fix this inflationary pressure. Our planned 2024 CIP was going to be almost $5.4 million. And in order to get time to address this and clean up some of these older projects that we've, there's been a little bit of delays and supply chain issues and cost increases. We've had to cut that to about $2.7 million in order to next year to address that issue. Some of the key projects that were deferred included pushing out some of the water main replacements we were hoping to get done, pushing out some of the critical large components of the wastewater treatment plant 40-year rehab, and also deferring future investment in septic to sewer until we can address the costs of our existing infrastructure. Many utilities are experiencing this issue. This is from a rate survey done by Stantec. You can see here, each one of these bars represents a different utility, and the black bar represents 2023 increases, 2024 increases are orange, and the green is the projected 2025 increases from nearby utilities rate plans. And you can see that over those 3 years, the average cumulative rate adjustment has been over 14% throughout the area. And now I'll turn things over to Ron Herring, our finance director, to talk about some of our financial goals.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, thanks, Tommy. Ron Herring, finance director. I thought I'd just go back in history just a little bit here, just to go back to the previous rate study was performed in 2021. In January 2021, when we started the rate study, we were not seeing the signs of the cost increases that were to come. You know, CPI, Consumer Price Index, as an example, was 1.9% in January 2021. And as we know, it gradually increased to 9.1% in July 2022. The 2021 plan approved, as mentioned by Paul, a rate reduction of 2.2% in 2022 with no increases for 2023 and 24. It was a solid plan based on the economy and projections at that time. Fund balance maintained an average of $5.5 million through 2026. Minimum fund balance was $2.5 million in 2022, an increase to $3.2 million in 2027. In January 23, we began working on the next rate study. We weren't scheduled to do the next rate study, but about this time last year, we were seeing the operating cost increasing substantially. And then I saw it more when I worked on the audit in the fall and saw the actual increases in the operating and capital costs. What we have seen since from the 2001 to the 21 to 23 study was operating costs increasing approximately $2 million. Expenses now projected to exceed revenues. Expenses over revenues are now coming out of reducing fund balance. And I went back to try to compare the 2021 study to the 2023. And in the 2021 rate study, projected fund balance was going to be $5.9 million for 2023. Now we did the 2023 rate study, and now it's projected to be $3.6 million. So it went down $2.3 million for projecting 2023 from 21 to 23. The minimum fund balance back then was projected to be $2.7 million, but now for 2023. But now when we did the rate study for 2023, it's at $3.2 million. And what happens is you had to increase in operating supplies, which reduces the fund balance, but the fund balance policy is 25% of expenditures. So that also, with the more expenditures, it's increasing the minimum fund balance. So $2 million of increase to operating expenses is an additional $500,000 in the increase in the minimum. So it sort of had a twofold effect there with the operating expenses affecting the fund balance and the minimum fund balance. And this slide is going over about the same thing, but showing that operating expenses exceeding the revenues with the current plan. We're spending down reserves to cover those operating costs. And what I'll go down to is a slide on the bottom left. We call it the revenue fund, but it's a fund balance graph, which shows you the solid bar on the bottom left. That is the minimum fund balance. This is based on the current plan without the increase, projected increase or anything. This is a plan based with the 2.2% reduction and then 0% increases for 23 and 24. And the thing we saw was, with this plan, when we started working on the 23 rate study, we were at the minimum fund balance for 23, but then we started seeing the drop for 24, the 1.8 million. And then 25 and 26, we're going into a negative fund balance. So, big concern of ours. And to offset that and get, you have to have rate increases or borrowing to be able to bring the fund balance back up to the minimum. And the graph on the left And these are graphs from the Stantec study. We brought out the most important ones here, we thought. There's other ones within their study that we've been looking at. And as you can see, cash out is the yellow line on the bottom graph. The black one is cash in. So as you can see with that, the current plan, consistently cash out is more than cash in, which is not good. And that's why we're having the minimum, going below the minimum fund balance. And then the blue dash line is also showing the operating expenses, how it's increasing from 13 million, approximately 12, 13 million in 23 to almost 20 million in 2033 there. And I just wanted to say, staff has worked on this current, study for the past 4 months, going through numerous, scenarios. I can't count how many times we've gone through different scenarios and trying to work through the objectives of, trying to keep operating and capital costs at a minimum, keep borrowing at a minimum, providing the best scenario for sustaining the water and sewer system, and with keeping rates as low as possible. And with that, I think I bring it back to Tommy here.
Thank you. So with that, knowing that the current financial plan is not viable, the staff is bringing forward a recommendation to do a rate adjustment this year. The proposed rate adjustment would be 9.9% as a sort of one-year inflationary catch-up in 2024, and then the goal would be to try and settle into a long-term inflationary, 3.75% annual increase to keep up with our operating costs, which long-term tend to average about 3.5% to 3.8% increases over time over any 30-year horizon. What this also includes $3 million in borrowing in 2025. That's we're hoping to do that internally, but that is necessary to achieve some of the non-deferrable capital costs that are controlled by other outside entities. The ultimate impact would be to the customers would be that this would result in a roughly $8 a month increase in the average monthly bill for the average resident within our city in 2024. This option was presented because it closes the operational deficit most quickly. It does try to minimize, via a variety of strategies, financial impacts to our customers. But we do want to be clear that even with this increase, we are projected to potentially miss our fund balance target by roughly $200,000 next year, depending on cash flows for individual projects and projected operational cost increases. We did look at several other scenarios, but these are not recommended. We looked at 2 years of 7% increases and long-term 5.9% increases, but they allowed that operational deficit to exist for an extended period of time and for a variety of reasons, including risk to level of service. They were not recommended for adoption. Comparing back to the original plan from 2021, we can affirmatively say that our rates will be lower next year than they would have been under the previously adopted plan from 2019 due to the rate reduction in 2021. You can see our cumulative cost increase with the reduction and the proposed one-year catch-up will be about 7.7% increase over 3 years, whereas the previous plan would have been at 8.25% increase over 3 years. And so what does this mean in our comparison to other utilities? You can see that the average rate increase over those 3 years total nearby utilities was 14.2%. We will be slightly below that, so we'll be below the average for the region, for all the other utilities that are also experiencing these similar inflationary pressures. And what does this mean to our average customer? The average bill will go up about $8. That's based on 4,500 gallons a month of residential water use, which is the statistical average for our customers. And we will maintain our position within our peer utilities, and we'll also be very near to the average monthly water and sewer bill at 4,500 gallons a month for the average resident. We also have, knowing that there are a lot of inflationary pressures, not just to us, but also to our customer base and to our citizens, we also wanted to note that we do have a number of programs that are designed to help to ease the financial burden of water and sewer rates. This includes having a very affordable lifeline rate, up to the first 5,000 gallons, which the vast majority of our customers fall into. So if you do not have extensive irrigation and you're focused on, internal water use, particularly for low-income families, your rates will continue to be much below the statistical average for our utility. We also have support for conservation, and we also have a variety of community resources, including irrigation meters available. We have partnerships with the county to bring in experts for folks that want to implement Florida Friendly or address like outdoor irrigation demands. And there's also other grant funding available through our partners at the SwiftMud for HOAs and larger businesses. And now I'll turn it back over to Paul to summarize the path forward.
Thank you. So tonight, we're really looking for direction from you on what we presented. The goal would be to be able to move forward with a recommended public hearing process that would involve notifying our utility customers through the bills as required by the state, and then developing an ordinance with the proposed rates with 2 readings. And then assuming that would all go through, we would continue developing our master plan, monitoring financial conditions, and coming back to you in a year with an update on things, whether they're the same, better, or worse. We think we need to keep a close eye on the situation. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, let me go to public comment first. Are there any public comments concerning this item? Are there any public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to make a comment, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. Basically, you're just looking for direction, so I don't have a motion at this point. Let's hear the discussion, then we can go into a motion. Are there any comments or questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Eisner.
So, question 1, how did we get here?
Well, really, I think I'll go back to the financial situation. As we showed in our slides, at the time in 2021, we came back with a plan that would work under those conditions. Those conditions have changed dramatically. And really, so if I were to point to one thing, it's just we're in a whole different world financially now than we were in 2021.
So was it warranted to reduce the rates back in 2017, 2018? Was it warranted? That's my only question, because
I would say that's not very common, and maybe Andy could talk a little more about what he sees statewide. I can tell you, since I've been here, that doesn't happen very often. And when that does happen, usually what your ability to absorb the uncertain gets reduced. And that's exactly what happened to us. We just had something that nobody could predict, and as a result, we need to respond completely to it.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners?
I just want to make comments more for the public right now. The situation, as I see it, is one where, yeah, we had a rate decrease a couple of years ago, and maybe it wasn't probably the most auspicious thing to do. The cost of maintaining utilities broadly across the entire country, and especially in Florida, has just skyrocketed. Skyrocketed in the last 2 years. That means we have to pay for things that are way more expensive than we planned on 2 years ago. To accommodate that, because of our rates being where they are, we've had to take money out of our reserve balance, and here's where the issue gets sticky. If we continue to do that, we run out of reserve balance. We're required to keep a certain amount of reserve. If we do not maintain that reserve, our credit balance gets hit, our credit ratings get hit, we look bad, period, and we're just simply going to have to raise rates or run out of money at a particular time. And that's just not an acceptable way for us to bring the city forward. So in my estimation, it's not a very pleasant situation that we find ourselves in as far as this, but it's going to be necessary to raise the rates to the suggested level in order to recover from it. Thank you.
Commissioner Koulianis.
If you don't see us asking many questions, it's because we had one-on-one meetings with Mr. Smith and his department, so we went through all the details here. So this isn't a surprise to us, and I'm going to go ahead and recommend that we move forward with the process. So, unfortunately, but we have to.
Okay. I just had a couple of questions for clarification. One, Mr. Kiger mentioned 7% versus 5%. The new 3-year rate would be 7% average, 7% per year, right, over the 3-year period? And then what we had approved a couple of years ago, or whatever it was 5% over the 3-year period? Is that what you, I heard you say that in one of the slides earlier.
Yes, the original plan would have been, if you stack the increases and add them up, it would have been, if we did 2.75% increases 3 years in a row, it would have been a cumulative 8.25% increase, obviously not compounding. And the current plan, including the rate reduction and the 1-year catch-up with last year's rate freeze, will be 7.7% increase over those 3 years from, so it will be about 0.5% lower than was originally projected from the previous rate plan.
Mayor, was that your question?
Kind of put that in English. Thank you, Mr. Kiger, so we can all understand.
Well, I think what I heard was you were asking about those other scenarios that we really didn't label them as options because they simply didn't deliver us to where we needed to be.
Right.
And that was a 2-year plan of 7% or a 3-year plan of 5.9.
Right, so where are we with it? We're going to do the
We're
7?
recommending 1 year of 9.9 initially and a 3.75 inflationary for next year, with the understanding we'll be back to review this, and if there's any modifications we recommend, we would tell you then.
And that was my next question. Repeat that. We're going to what would you call it? Update this plan in 2 years or 1?
Next year we'll be coming back, but we do recommend a 2-year rate plan to give us time to review the results and communicate it to the public.
Okay. There's now what I think, Commissioner Kulianis, do you want to make your motion?
Sure. I make the motion that we accept the presentation and move the process forward.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. If there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt? Yes. Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Thank you all. We're going to move to the ordinances and resolutions. It's 7:30, and that's what is called for in our rules of procedure. Item 12, which is quasi-judicial. It's a resolution 2023 for a site plan approval for Coney Island. Mr. Galarakis is the applicant. Mr. Salzman, if you could read the resolution by title, and then go over the instructions for the quasi-judicial process, and then also swear any witnesses that we have here.
Resolution 2023-21, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, approving application number 2360, requesting site plan approval to construct a 340 square foot retail food service building on 680 square feet, more or less, of a property located on the west side of Athens Street, approximately 75 feet south of Ducanese, if I'm saying that right, Boulevard? No? Okay.
It's okay.
And located on the T5C Ducanese Avenue, Main Street, transit of the Sponge Docks and Community Redevelopment Area, Special Area Plan, providing for findings, providing for conditions, and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. Anyone who's going to testify, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I see Mr. Galerakis is here. Ms. Vincent, hold on a second. I want to ask whether there's been any ex parte communications by anyone to the applicant? Okay, are there any conflicts of interest? Ms. Vincent.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This is application 23-60. This is a site plan approval for a new retail food service establishment on Athens Street, just south of Dodecanese Boulevard. The property contains about 680 square feet. The establishment itself is only 340 square feet with some outdoor courtyard style seating. So the location of the project, let me go back up just for the record, and this is resolution 2023-21. So the location from a high level, this is Dodecanese Boulevard, this Sponge Docks here. There's this little tiny sliver of vacant land on Athens Street south of Dodecanese Boulevard. And just a little more close-up view. So this is Lori's Soaps and Sponge Market. You have the Sponge Exchange here. And again, this is the vacant parcel here that is, it's all impervious surface at the moment. And then this is just the survey of the property. So conceptually, this is what the site plan entails. Again, this is Athens Street. This is your sidewalk, existing sidewalk area. So this is the like the back door end of Lori's Soaps and Sponges establishment is here. This would be a little courtyard seating area, and again, this is a proposed retail food service establishment that this will be kept at grade. So this will be a flood-proofed building, dry flood-proofed building, so it won't be popped up in the air or anything like that. So it's a little bit of a challenge with base flood, but the applicant is flood-proofing to keep it at grade and keep it in keeping with the surrounding development. There is a 10-foot alley back here that provides access to, it dead ends, but it does provide access into the some other businesses in the back of the Sponge Exchange. Here, they are proposing a handicap ramp access from this alley. So this would be an accessible path to a handicap accessible bathroom, which is required under the building code. And then other notable features is there will be they're proposing on the sidewalk itself, there will be a ramp up to the existing grade. So, and we're only talking about, less than 6 inches to make this transition to the site. A little bit of a close-up of the actual floor plan itself. Again, this will be a retail food establishment. This is just a viewing window, which fronts on to the sidewalk, but it won't be operational. There will be a food service window, order and pickup window facing the courtyard. And just some building elevations showing, again, this would be the front of the building, fronting along Athens. This is what it would look like from the side. Then this is the service window where the food service will take place. So this is the existing site as it sits today. So there's this kind of low wall here that's been there for quite some time. This is the back door. This is Lori's Soaps and Sponges. Part of the wall will be maintained. You'll see that in the plans, but most of it will be removed. And just some other kind of context photos. This is the alley going into the back. So some examples of how this, the ramp along the sidewalk would work. We have several examples in the area of exactly this scenario where you kind of slightly ramp up to the floor elevation of the business. Halas has this. This establishment cute as a button that has the same ramping approach that's in front of Yanni's. And then directly adjacent is Lori Soaps and Sponges. So this is a good example of, this is the width of the sidewalk. This is Athens Street. So we have a lot of utilities right along the edge. So they'll have to rail on the inside of those functionally, but they do have sufficient width to meet ADA requirements and with that railing. So our review criteria, this is consistent with the special area plan and the Sponge Docks Character District. There are 3 warrants that are being requested. Warrants are deviations from the strict application of the SMART code. I'll talk about those in just a second. There are no issues with concurrency management, and this has been preliminarily reviewed, and there should be no issues complying with the building code. So the warrants that I talked about, since this sits a little differently on the property, they are requesting a rear setback of basically of 0. They'll butt up against the adjoining building. Normally, that would actually be like a side, so this is just an odd arrangement for front, sides, and rear. Similarly with that frontage build out, again, you have the longest frontage is along Athens, so normally that would be that would have been a side as well. So the build out along the street to kind of keep that street wall is being requested to be reduced. But in reality, with the railing and with the seating and the cafe, it really does achieve the intent of the SMART code. And then the shop front glazing, this is really, I wouldn't really consider this a shop front, but we did want to address it formally because there's nobody going into the business, like walking through a shop front door or anything like that. So they're requesting a waiver to that requirement for that minimum glazing. So the preliminary staff recommendation is approval. We have 4 conditions of approval. 2, 3, and 4 are standard conditions. Condition number 1 is specific to the site. Then it does require that plans for the handicap accessible ramps shall be submitted with the building permit application and will require right-of-way utilization permit. Planning and Zoning Board reviewed this on July the 17th. They did recommend approval with 1 dissenting member. They did note that we had an inconsistency between the resolution, the exhibit, the site plan attached to the resolution that still showed a sidewalk cafe potential. They did remove that, and that has been updated in the resolution. The 1 dissenting vote really was concerns about potential blocking of that 10-foot alley, as well as, calling out the fact that we do have the placemaking effort, the Greektown placemaking effort going on, and would have preferred that this be basically held up until whatever the results of that would be. So with that, I'll stop and answer any, and we did have one person who spoke in opposition regarding with the application of the Greektown placemaking. So with that, I'll stop and answer any questions.
Okay. Does the commission have any questions for Ms. Vincent? Go ahead, Vice Mayor Lund.
So, Renee, taking a look at this property, one of the heavy uses is going to be the ramp in front of it, which is basically going to take up that portion of the sidewalk, is it not?
The ramp will take up approximately 5 feet. So just like we showed on the other ones, like in front of Lori Soaps and the other ones, it'll be a similar style, but the food service will not take place in that area. That will just be passed through.
So outside of the ramp, which leads up to the entrance for this place, where is the public supposed to walk when they go up Athens Street?
They'll walk up the ramp. I mean, just like they do in front of Lori Soaps. I mean,
they're going to have to go up and down the ramp whether they want to or not.
I mean, unless they want, I mean, I suppose they can walk in Athens Street if they wish,
Well,
but
yeah, they can't actually because there's a whole bunch of utility
There are
in front of
utilities
that
there.
place, like 4 or 5 utility poles, devices, or whatever. So there's no way to get around that ramp without either walking in the street or walking on the ramp.
that's probably a
That's
true
correct,
statement,
yeah.
yes.
I have some safety concerns about that because I think people will not want to walk up the ramp. They're going to tend to want to flow off into the street. But that's just my particular concerns. No more questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the exact same question as Vice Mayor did as well, but in the other locations that have the ramps, there is mostly a choice that you could go on the ramp or not, correct? And some of
No,
the-
not entirely. Some of them you have to use the ramp.
Right.
And some of them we've even allowed, because the code does allow it if they meet the separation requirements, some of them have sidewalk cafes in them as well. So that is a, I won't say it's common, but there's definitely a few establishments down there that are exactly like that.
So somebody with a wheelchair,
Yes, they have to be able to access, to
they have to be able to go up and down both
Correct.
sides. If they're by this window, would they be interfering with anybody?
There's no food service coming from that, the
Okay.
window on, that fronts on the ramp. It's just a window. It's not operational.
But that's also, like I said, that's a concern I have, is the, having this ramp there and having all of those utilities that the other places don't have. But, and I think it's almost the smallest, it's like 59, is it, or 52?
Lori Soaps is very, very similar. So there's utilities there as well, along there. And so, it meets the building code. It meets the accessibility requirements. I think something to remember, they are keeping this building down at grade. So we're only talking about an elevation. Mr. Hoffman can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're only talking about a transition of about 6 inches or so to bring that up to the building elevation. So that's what's being, I'll defer to the architect, but
Okay.
Is it ideal? No. Is it a workable solution? Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kulyas.
Renee, when you're referring to these ramps, isn't this ramp walkway considered more of a hybrid area in which you're walking on the sidewalk, but it's elevated to help those needing wheelchairs or, disability access to these stores?
Correct.
And would you agree that there's a lot of tight spots that run along some of the nearby restaurants in that area? Let's say in front of Costa's, for example?
Sure.
And some other nearby restaurants across the street on Athens Street?
Yeah, there's challenging sidewalk situations up and, throughout the docks, yes.
This isn't the first situation?
No, sir.
regarding- Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioner Kulianis.
Okay, expanding on this ramp issue, if we look at the picture on page 12 of the slides.
I'm not sure which one that is.
That's the Halas restaurant, the front of the one, right there. So how high is, okay, that ramp is moving up to what height?
I don't know the actual transition
more than
height
a
on that
foot.
one, but essentially it looks in this photo, I would say that's more than a foot.
Okay, so this ramp is only going to go 5 inches, so it's going to be much less severe.
That's my understanding. And again, I'll defer to Mr. Hoffman, but I believe that's correct, yes.
I walk
Yes.
over that area.
Yeah.
It's no big deal. Okay. That's pretty much, I think it's proper use of the property.
I don't have any questions, Ms. Vincent.
Thank you.
Mr. Galarakis, do you have any questions for Ms. Vincent? Okay. Ms. Vincent, would you like your report into evidence?
I would, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Galarakis, would you like to make your presentation, or do you have anything to say? And Mr. Hoffman, you may have to come forward as well, just in case there's any questions from the commission.
Mercury Galarakis, 402 Pineapple Street, Tarpon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Chief, Miss Irene over there, Mr. City Manager. It's been a few years that I've been up to City Hall trying to talk to the city manager and also to Renee, who has done a wonderful job. Everybody's, the building department, everybody has been very helpful. What would be the right thing down there? We've thrown it around, and we've come to this, this Coney Island project. I think it's different. It's not very big. It's not the Taj Mahal. Whatever the city asked for, whatever we asked for, we came to a conclusion of this little project, and I think it'll be a little helpful for all of Athens Street. Again, whatever the city wanted, we worked with them, and they worked with us.
Thank you, Mr. Galarakis. Mr. Hoffman, I'm going to go to the commission now and see if there's any questions. Does the commission have any questions for Mr. Galarakis or Mr. Hoffman?
Yeah, there's, the Sponge Docks Preservation Association, they're worried about, you know, Florida vernacular style structures over there. Can you explain style of structure, even though you're not legally bound to build something like that?
Pardon me, as far as the architecture?
Yes, sir.
How it relates to the Greek culture?
Well, not so, well, yeah, if you could touch on it a little bit.
Yeah, the basics, there's a whole lot of things that physically had to happen just to be able to build the building, like the block, the masonry block was kind of a critical thing to be able to get the flood proofing. The handicap requirements were part of the reason for the ramping versus the flood. But to go back to the cultural area, the reason we chose the look that we had was to simulate. We were going to use the white color that was the old traditional color of the islands, the architecture in the islands of the Dodecanese. So we tried to capture that. It's similar to, but also a little similar to what the feel of the Sponge Exchange, since they are a large neighbor. So, and then the other part of it, the other part of the vernacular are the overhangs that go over top of the two windows. If you go down the street to where it's I don't know what it is. It's where they play cards.
The coffee shop, the Cafaneo.
The Cafaneo's overhang. I don't know if y'all are familiar with the overhang that's constantly getting cut back. But just from an architectural standpoint, that was, to me, always a spectacular piece of work in that the size of the overhangs went out, stretched out so far, so everybody could open up the building. And it just, so it's kind of captured, we're trying to capture those two looks. One, the existing things that have already happened on Athens, but also being respectful to the culture of the Dodecanese.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Galarakis, this Coney Island sort of similar to the Chris's Coney Island.
Yes,
growing up as a kid over there?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Sounds great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Kulianis?
Yeah, I have the same concerns that Commissioner Kulias has, as long as it, you know, blends in nice with the docks. I'm sure, John, you're going to do a good job on that. And but I have the most important question of the night. Are you going to have veggie dogs?
I'll refer that.
Mercury, you going to have veggie? All right.
She's a vegetarian.
She is? Oh, all right. Great. Thank you.
For myself, I don't have any questions, but I do have some comments later, and I want to thank you both for being here. Oh, you have some, go ahead, Vice Mayor Lunt.
I'm sorry, just one more clarification for me, because I'm one of those kind of people. This ramp that's going on the sidewalk, the apex of that ramp is to line up with this, I'm looking at your site plan, the window in the middle of the building facing Athens Street, is it?
No, at the window itself, it would be leveled off at the same height as the patio.
Yeah, so if I'm wanting to access this establishment, and I go up the ramp, does that ramp lead me into where the tables are? Or does that ramp lead me into the middle, well, I guess, yeah, there's a mopsy there, so it leads me into where the tables are?
No, the ramp gets you up onto a level surface in front of the building. There's a 5 foot,
You want to show?
oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, as I understood, there wasn't any 5-foot setback at all, there was just.
No, it's the 5 foot opening I'm talking about is an opening between, if we could go back to the site plan, Renee, that might help me explain it a little better.
That's what I'm looking at.
There we go.
Okay.
So if we're coming from Lori's Soaps, we come, oh, thanks, Renee. As you come up from Lori's Soap, this is a 14-foot ramp, which is only elevating at one inch per foot, which is pretty subtle.
Yeah, I understand, it's like 5 inches or so you have to come up.
That's right.
I'm just trying to make sure that
So-
the wheelchair can get up there and still get into the table space.
Yes, sir. So that ramp stops right at where my cursor is now, and then this is all flush through here.
Okay, thank you. It just didn't look over, I'm not an architect, so it didn't look,
Yeah. I'm sorry. I should have explained that a little
But,
better. The 5 foot opening there
just wanted a better explanation. Thank you.
is right there.
Okay. Thank you both. Let me, I didn't see anybody stand to get sworn in. I just want to double check. Hang on, Dr. Bukavalis. Are there any affected parties here? Anyone identified as an affected party? Okay, thank you both.
Thank you.
Ms. Vincent, anything on cross-examination? Okay. Public comments, is Dr. Bukavalis or whoever?
Again, Anita Protis, 901 Bay Shore Drive. I urge you to pass this. Greeks are known for their Coney Island hot dogs. New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Atlanta, Georgia. And if you watch the Food Channel, every time there's a hot dog shop or a diner, Greeks have their Coney Island hot dogs there. And I know that's how my dad made his living. He had 6 of them in the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia and fed coal miners 24 hours a day. They'd come out of the mountains with coal and eat 5 or 6 hot dogs at a time and drink beer and go back down in there. And he also had 2 restaurants, and in one of them, it was known as the Mayfair Cafe, Harry Hot Dogs, Coney Island. And when he passed away, the state of West Virginia sent a representative down here to Vincent's funeral home because of what he did with the Coney Island hot dogs in the state of West Virginia. Greeks are the fathers of Coney Island hot dogs, and this would be an added star to the Sponge Dogs, and we need that down there. Let's get it down there, and maybe they'll come down here and make a movie on the Food Channel of the Greek community in the world of Tarpon Springs with their Coney Island hot dog. I urge y'all to pass this. And maybe he'll bring us some one night to a meeting.
Tina Bukavalis, 115 Athens Street, and I'm also here representing the Greektown Preservation and Heritage Association. And first of all, let me be clear, I'm not against this business, but I'm speaking about bringing the style of the building into alignment with the rest of the Greektown Historic District. So some background. In 2014, the National Register of Historic Places listed the Greektown Historic District It fulfills all the criteria for a historic district, but with an extra added layer of importance and significance for its traditional culture based on the Greek community and the maritime heritage. Greektown encompasses residences, working waterfront, and commercial structures. And as detailed in the National Register nomination, most commercial buildings along Athens Street are one-story frame and masonry vernacular architecture. In Florida, most early 20th century masonry vernacular buildings were brick with some ornamentation, typically brick corbels embellishing a straight parapet. Most had symmetrical facades, stylized panels or tiles, and storefronts with paneled wood doors, plate glass, and transoms. The Gonatos building, which is at the southeast corner of Dodecanese and Athens Street, is a very good example, and I'm sure all of you know that building. Wood frame commercial buildings generally were also 1 or 2 stories with gable hip or flat roofs, often obscured by a parapet. Most had a rectangular plan with a narrow profile facing the street. Exterior walls were wood. Exterior decoration was minimal, and canopies often shaded the storefronts. Since this application lacks documentation of many of the nearby buildings, that's why I sent you some visual examples of nearby buildings that showed those different styles. Now, the applicant is proposing a building that doesn't really align with district architectural traditions. The request to construct this 340 square foot food service building with walk-up service, it's small, and it makes good use of that very small space. It's really not that much bigger than a food truck. But the submitted drawings do not reflect the surrounding vernacular style. And at the July P&Z meeting, Mr. Hoffman noted that they were consistent with the style of the Sponge Exchange. But again, the Sponge Exchange has nothing to do with our Florida vernacular architecture. Rather, it was Ed Hoffman's personal take on the blue and white architecture of the Kyklades Islands, which is the stereotype of Greek architecture, and also is a little bit different than the varied and more colorful styles seen in the Dodecanese Islands, where most people from in Tarpon Springs had their family backgrounds. But neither of these Greek architectural styles were previously practiced in Tarpon Springs. We had Florida vernacular architecture. Now, as noted on page 4 in the staff report that you have, the SMART code states, and that's number D, architecture and landscape design should grow from local climate, topography, history, and building practice. That's in our SMART code. Now, in addition, this is not our code, but Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act says that adverse effects on historical resources can include the introduction of incompatible visual elements. So a building that does not reflect the architectural norms would have an adverse effect on the integrity of the historical district. Is that the time?
That's your time.
Okay, I've got more minutes. So we welcome more buildings that reflect our vernacular architectural traditions, but the Greektown Historic District should be protected from inappropriate and incompatible development or renovation. The city has begun, as was noted, the Greektown Historic District Vision Plan project, which will include guidelines for development and renovation. The wise course of action, of course, is to defer such projects so they will be in compliance with the guidelines, which should be available by year's end, or to approve only those that align with vernacular architecture specified in the National Register nomination. So I would like to ask you at this time just to put an additional condition on this project, that the style align with local district vernacular style. And I would be very happy to share more examples of that style with Mr. Hoffman, and to walk down there, you know, and talk about it with him at any time. I know Mr. Hoffman, who in fact did the plans, some of the plans for my house when I first moved in, so we have a friendly relationship. Anyway, I hope you would consider putting that condition on the project. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to make a comment, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay. I'm going to ask, is there anybody that, Mr. Galerakis, do you have any rebuttal to what you heard this evening by anyone, Dr. Bukavalis or anybody else? Any comments that you would want to make? You don't have to. Okay. All right. Ms. Vincent, do you have any closing comments? Summation. Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing, go to the commission. Does any commissioner now have comments? Go ahead, Commissioner.
I just want to ask if in a quasi-judicial hearing, we're allowed to put a condition on something, or even if whether we should be putting some condition on a quasi-judicial, because a quasi-judicial hearing has to be, did it fit the criteria, yes or no? And I didn't hear that that was one of the criteria, even though I appreciate what Ms. Bukavalis had to say. I just don't know if we legally can do that. So that's my question.
Well, you have put conditions on this, so you can do that as long as they're reasonably related to the particular issue at hand.
Okay. Commissioner Koulianis.
I wouldn't have an issue with putting that condition on the motion, but I'd want to make sure it's not such a hindrance that, you know, like who's going to determine that it meets that vernacular?
Exactly. Sorry.
Sorry,
I was just agreeing with you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that's a problem, is it's who would determine that vernacular? And I don't want to get them into a situation where they can't satisfy something. I don't know if Mr. Hoffman would, you know, even if we didn't put the condition on there, would he share some of those ideas with Dr. Bukavalis and do that on a...
Commissioner Koulianis, hold on, Mr. Hoffman. I'm going to just ask the commission to indulge the rules of procedure and allow Mr. Hoffman to answer the question.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hoffman.
Okay, there's a couple of things going on. Like, I know that Tina doesn't agree with the sponge exchange or the type of architecture that it followed. But my experience in the Dodecanese was there were a whole lot of white square buildings there. So I think that's in keeping with what I know of as the Dodecanese. We are doing a small Greek restaurant, and I think it was in keeping with everything that I saw at the Plaka in Athens. So I don't know where we would get the rules to answer these questions for you. Which island do we want to go to? So having said that, I love the Greek islands with all my heart. And the last thing I would want to do is do a bad representation of that. So if Tina has another way of doing a waterproof building, we're really just talking about this building is very, very small, 360, most people's bedrooms is that big. So I don't know that we're really violating any of those conditions. So having said that,
all right, thank you, Mr. Hoffman.
I'll leave the commission with it. Thank you very much.
Is there anybody else with a comment? Okay, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the application.
So
and-
moved.
Second.
Okay. Just approval, no conditions. I want to confirm that. Just approval, okay. If there's no further comments, let's go to roll call.
That includes staff?
Yes, Commissioner Kulyas.
That does include staff recommendations, 1 through 4?
Yes.
Thank you. No further comments.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes, thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Galerakis. I know you've waited a long time for that. Okay, what I'm going to do is get through these next two, which should go pretty quick, and then we'll take a break before we go back to the special consent. So ordinance 2023-07, calling for a referendum election. Mr. Salzman, if you could read the ordinance by title, please.
Ordinance 2023-07, an ordinance of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, submitting to the electors of the City of Tarpon Springs a referendum question and ballot title for the purchase of the Roosevelt Boulevard properties from Santori Developers LLC for preservation, parkland, event space parking, and civic use, and providing for an effective date of this ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to public comments. This ordinance is for the, calling for the election to approve the purchase of the 1.91 acres down off Roosevelt. Are there any public comments? It's a second reading. Mr. Jump, is there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to make a comment, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, may I have a motion and a second to approve, please?
Motion to approve ordinance 2023-07.
Second.
Did you get that, Ms. Jacobs?
I did.
Okay. If there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay, item 14, resolution 2023, calling for the election and ballot language. Mr. Salzman, if you could read the resolution by title.
Resolution 2023-23, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners, City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, calling for a municipal referendum election to be held on November 7th, 2023, for providing for establishment of the ballot title and substance for one referendum question authorizing the city to purchase parcels of property on Roosevelt Boulevard from Santorini Developers LLC for preservation, parkland, event space, parking, and civic use, providing for said election, submitting said referendum question to the voters, providing for notice to the supervisor of elections, and providing for effective date hereof.
Okay, thank you. Are there any public comments on this item? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to make a comment, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to, and a second to approve resolution 2023-23.
Motion to approve resolution number 2023-23.
Second.
Okay. If there's no further comments, roll call.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes, okay, it's 8:13. Let's recess for 10 minutes. We can return here at 8:23.
Let's scratch that one off for you.
Reconvene at 8:24. Reconvene at 8:24, and we reconvene with item 11, final action on the initial submissions to the city manager applications. I provided a supplement information, a memorandum on this, and after the Saturday's meeting, and basically I've broken it down into three recommendations, or at least motions, if the commission wants to pursue number 2 and number 3 if we get past number 1. And number 1 is to determine whether the commission wants to make a decision or move on with selecting a prospective city manager. That's number 1. Number 2 is selecting a prospective city manager out of the 2 individuals that are candidates with a couple of conditions that I've just added. Obviously, all those are subject to the commission. And number 3 would be to authorize a negotiation for the contract. So let's start with number 1, which is a decision on whether we're going to proceed with choosing one of the 2 candidates whether this commission wants to move forward with choosing one of the 2 candidates as a city manager. So I'm going to start with public comments on this. Are there any public comments?
Jesse Reynolds, reside at 605 South Distant Avenue, Tarpon Springs. Been a long time member all my life. Out of respect, 2 minutes ain't gonna be enough, but I also have my friends' minutes. I'm gonna just ask that the commissioner please hear the people. And let's hold off on this. We have a city manager at this moment here that's been here for many, many years in this community. And some of y'all are come in for votes and you'll walk in the community and tell us all the things you're gonna do, and then we don't see you no more, unless it's a funeral or a special event. Mr. LaCourse continue to come. He just don't have no cameras with him. He don't grandstand. He come, he hear the people, he hear what's going on, and a lot of times he solved the problem by pulling the strings, reaching out to the people and saying, hey, how can we resolve this? It ain't always about who right, who wrong, but how can we come together and resolve it and everybody win? And that is a very great access to this community. I had called and spoke to y'all commissioners many times, and I have said it over and over. I don't speak for the whole Black community, but I speak for myself, and I know a lot of people, they entrust that I'm gonna come up here and speak and their voices be heard. I don't know nobody gonna do no job as long as Mr. LaCourse have done and not make a mistake. But some mistakes he done made, he done bowed his head and kept moving forward and haven't done no harm. And when we start doing politics where people go knocking on doors and then they go to getting their army buddies and they go to getting other people, it be some special conditions that's starting to set. And people wanna start following. We don't wanna follow, we don't wanna go back to making it great again, because great again means that we couldn't get up here and speak. So we gotta be careful when we talk about great again and all the other things. I'm asking that the commissions, because I'm not speaking to the people out here, but they are listening. I'm asking the people that have the power to vote, listen to the people, because y'all, they gonna come a day, and I can guarantee you, this community, Black, White, Greek, when you go to Whispering, some of us done went to school together, some of us do business, some of us deal in law enforcement, politics, some of us talk to each other. And when we start hearing the undercut thing and the fish thing, we start to sit back and say, hey, you ain't doing it for the greater good of the community, you're doing it for the greater good of yourself. That's a big difference. It's about the community. And if we're gonna talk about the community, we're gonna talk about something. Me and Mark done fought more than anybody, and the chief will agree to that. We done fought more than anybody, because I haven't always agreed with him. I have not always agreed with him. But in this case, I'm gonna say to the commissioners, you got people here telling y'all, this is not the time. I don't know how many years that Mark got on thing. Mark, may I ask him a question? How many years you got before you retired, sir?
He's not going to answer, Mr.
Okay.
Reynolds.
Well, my thing is, this is not the time to force nobody out by having an undercut vote just to bring somebody in. If some of the concerns that Mark was doing been straightened and we're moving forward and it's been smooth sailing, let's not rock the boat. Let it go. Some people say, oh, good city manager only lasts 10 years. You done been city manager, you know how it is. I'm just saying to y'all, this is not the time. I want y'all to hear the people, put the politics to the side, and remember, y'all have to run. Some of y'all this may be your last quarter, you may not even get a vote next time, but I'm just telling you, this is not the time. The people speaking, the people asking that y'all hear 'em. Put the politics aside. Or better yet, if y'all so confident about the people that y'all want replacing, put it on the ballot and let the citizens speak. I can guarantee you he'll win it hands down. Because I'm out here. Some of y'all ain't out here talking. I'm asking y'all, this is not the time. I don't even know who you have up, and there's nothing against them. They may be great people. They may be great candidates. But the way it's being done and at the timing of it being done is what we saying. If we can't ask y'all just to hold up for a minute and come back and revisit this here in 90 days or 6 months, that's all we asking you. Just hold up a moment, get together, and maybe y'all may get with Mark and say, hey, Mark, this is what we
Mr.
decided
Reynolds,
to do.
this is 4 minutes, you said.
Finish, sir. Just state your name.
Just state your name, and we'll get you another 2 minutes.
Tyrone Faison.
Thank you.
All right. I'm just asking, and I'm just pleading with y'all. I ain't gonna beg you, but I'm just pleading with y'all because I feel like if you do Mark like this today, you do him like that tomorrow, him like that tomorrow, or even me like that tomorrow. So if ain't nobody standing up here for what's right and you know there's something being done wrong, then you're gonna fall for anything. I ain't never been the person to lay down and sit down. And I don't just talk to be heard. Understand, I done did my research. I know a little more than you may think I know, and I'm in disagreement with some of the undercut moves. Because if you ask, why do you really want to go? Some people just so hasty. Oh, we need to get a new city manager. We need to get a new city manager. Is it going to solve some of the problems? I doubt it because he's been working on them, got more experience. And I'm just telling y'all, this is not the time. This is not the time. Mike, when you make your vote, I just ask that you listen to the citizens this time. I just ask that you listen to the citizens because I ain't just speaking just for me. And like I said, this is not the time. Army buddies, Fort Myers, I want to also say, somebody bring it up, they say, hey, one of the candidates, he did great in Fort Myers during the hurricane. Do y'all know when we had a hurricane, Mark was knocking on doors with the people, making sure they get up, helping the ladies out. He did a great job too. But some of y'all probably went here and wouldn't know that because he didn't have a camera on him. But those are things that he did, left aside where he was high up and came to knock on some of these doors. Got together with officers, made sure some of the older people was out because he was able to say, Miss Lula, she been living there, I know her, she don't never come out. But knock on there and holler, police officer, she'll open the door. And they'll open it. Had he not had that experience or been in this community, she would have been probably stuck in the house somewhere. I'm telling y'all, this is not the time. And I say to you, Mayor, because you have a voice here, have a little persuasion because you've been leading us a long time in different aspects in the city. I'm asking that you tell the rest of your fellow men that bring this back at another time. Give Mark a chance to move out on his own. I know some people say we done looked at it, we done visited. We asking us the people, let us do it again. And this is not the time. Y'all remember, y'all gonna be up to the plate next.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Is there another public comment?
Good evening, Katie Taylor, 1991 Douglas Drive, Tarpon Springs, Florida. As you know, I've been, Mr. LaCourse has been here 45 years, if you don't know. He's been here 45 years of probably very good tenure. I'm not knocking anything he's done. But as myself, I've interviewed a lot of people in my job that I held for 31 years. From what I understand from the meetings I've attended, y'all have reviewed 7 applicants. If I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong. Y'all reviewed seven applicants already. You had a meet and greet for two of these gentlemen over the weekend. I think it's time that you move on with the application process and not go backwards and continue to open it. If the position opened, then leave it open and put the application out there for other people to apply. That's not a position that you can just go plop somebody in or raise them from the inside as homegrown and put them in position. That's a very important position in this city as city manager. So if you vetted 2 people and you've looked at 7 people, how many people do you need to continue to do? I know I'm concerned about diversity in the city. I had a African-American applicant that I was wholeheartedly behind, but I had to step back a minute because it's not about all the time of who you are. It's about your credentials. It's about vetting to know who you're putting in a position, not just to say you have an African-American in a position. So I would say, what y'all have done already, y'all have done a lot. I know a lot, it takes a lot to interview people, and especially 7 people with that kind of category and education that you have to stipulate on. So I, as a citizen, I would say continue to vet what you have to do and get the position filled so somebody can come and sit with Mr. LaCours for the remainder of his time, because you have to have somebody trained. He does a lot in this city, I'm sure. A lot of things is in his head. Everything is not on paper. So it's going to take time for somebody to sit and shadow Mr. LaCours. So my suggestion is to continue the vetting process and get the position hired so you can have somebody shadow him until he decides to retire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tom Koulianos, 1250 South Pinellas Avenue. I came prepared tonight to go back to the beginning when the recruitment thing started, but there's no reason to dig all that up. All I gotta say is it's time to put your campaign promises aside and do the right thing and keep Mark LaCours on until he's ready to go. Thank you.
Anita Protus, 901 Bayshore Drive. I've been up here and I'll say it again. And one commissioner says they're not firing him. That's exactly what you're doing. He didn't say he wanted to retire. He didn't say he was going to resign. Y'all decided to go ahead and look for a city manager. The people that you hired to do the research, very unimpressive with what they brought to us. You had more than those 2. A lot of them dropped because our reputation is so bad here in Tarpon. All you need to do is go down county and hear it. You can smile, Mr. Eisner, but it's true. Our reputation is rotten in the county. And I'm embarrassed because we are a fine community. And the 2 people that you brought up here are not candidates for Tarpon Springs. One has moved around so much, if he spends 4 months or 6 months here, we're doing good. He wants to get closer to Disney for his daughter. The other gentleman was shaking here at the podium, shifting from foot to foot, and his credentials weren't that good. What are y'all doing to Tarpon Springs? We're better than that. And we need to go, if he ever does resign or says he's going to retire, you need to go to the League of Cities. You need to go to the International City Managers Organization and get top-notch people. I don't want someone on the bottom of the shelf, and that's what these candidates were, bottom of the shelf. Mayor, you owe us an apology the way this was handled. We're better than that.
Next, please.
Audrey Merrick's, 517 East Boyer Street. I'm just here because the process was going through and it was stated, the community was asked as a whole different questions. And so nobody came to my community to ask anything about city managers, anything. And we were not a part of whatever the constituents that said for you to move forward what you're doing. We were not informed of what was going on. And I don't think it's fair for the whole city to not know and get input on what you got from other people, the other communities you visited. And it's not the right process to be taken. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Ms. Merrick.
My name is Reverend James Warren. If it wasn't for Audrey, I would never know about this. I remember when Mark was a rookie. Mark helped shape the police department in the city. I think they should let him retire on his own. I think it's nonsense what you're trying to do.
Thank you, Reverend.
Georgina Franzese, 15 Athens Street. So I did get an opportunity to read the mayor's memo. I don't know if everybody did. So I feel like the public is a little bit kind of running behind because the memo was mentioned, but it was not outlined. So we're kind of responding to a little bit of an overview. However, there were 3 recommendations on that motion. I will jump to the end of the memo where there was a request, I would call it a plea from the mayor, that whatever is voted on tonight is voted unanimously. And I do believe that everybody, if that is to happen tonight, if there's a unanimous vote on any one of those recommended motions, that the entire city would be losing because there is clearly, there's confusion, and there's no unanimity, a unanimous decision among the audience, or even a clear understanding of what is happening right now. And I think that we are owed that. Of the main concerns, I hear that throughout the process, I'm going to concur with Mayor Protas. As far as this entire process with Slavin, not only do I believe it's entirely incompetent, and I don't know if that is in part due to our reputation, and we've brought that on ourselves, but the process is flawed in other ways. As far as not being inclusive over this weekend, I don't think that some of these members talking tonight, residents talking tonight, understood anything about this weekend meet and greet. As far as what we can do next, I think the process is clearly flawed, and everyone is asking for more time, more clarification, more understanding, and I think we're all owed that. I think it's a lot of confusion over what Mark wants. And if someone read the memo, apparently it's 3 months severance. I don't know. That is unclear to me as well because Mark has not spoken, and I don't think it's anywhere it says that he can't talk. So I think that we need to stop giving money to Slavin, whether it's because we've screwed the process by our terrible reputation. Let's stop throwing more than $40,000 for these 2 candidates, and I 100% agree with with Mayor Protas about John Lige. The guy is not going to withstand this town. He could barely withstand being up here for 10 minutes. So that is an embarrassment to the city if that is chosen tonight. So I think that the only thing that we can do going forward to fix this is to start a new process, start our own process. I believe a workshop was thrown around at one point. There are no rules against that. This is our city. We can create our own process. We're not stuck with this Slavin and throwing money away at a process that has clearly given us terrible candidates. In my research, looking for city manager positions and trying to find Mark's job opening, I get tons of emails every day from Indeed for city manager positions. So that is just entirely not true. Looking up the candidates, I saw that the other candidate was at a Belle Isle city manager meet and greet earlier in July, where there were 5 candidates. The other 4 looked way more qualified than Mr. Lige, which we all know is the favorite. So I do request that no new manager is voted for tonight. I'm going to ignore the laughter from the audience, and I just request that we don't vote on any new city manager tonight and move on with the process. Thank you.
Hi, Dean Prodromitis, 511 North Pinellas Avenue, Tarpon Springs. I have to admit in advance that I'm a little bit biased toward Mark because he was my first boss. And I was there the night he was shot twice. I don't know if everybody knows he was shot and nearly died. He has worked very, very hard for this community for many years. And I think that the campaign promises made to get rid of Mark, I think the board really should just go ahead and vote to get rid of him and then go through the process. The way you're going about it is unacceptable. If you don't want him here, live up to your campaign promises, make a motion, vote, and fire him. If not, stop with all the theatrics. He's dedicated his whole life to this city and needs to be respected a little bit better. That's what I got to say.
Okay, thank you.
Juliana Day, 413 East Oakwood Street. I attended the meet and greet, spoke with the candidates, questioned them very thoroughly about, their position coming to the city. Mr. Leach, I agree with you. He looking for a vacation for his granddaughter. The other guy, from Texas, he has nothing for Tarpon Springs. And like you say, he'll be here a short time. He's looking other places. He could not really pin down none of the questions. I asked him about the economical development. He really didn't want to answer most of them. So I feel that if Chief done a good job, let him stay. And monitoration of the city is what is needed. Positions and people. And that way, we will not have this occur anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Day.
Jean Hungaville, Tarpon Springs Chamber of Commerce, 1 North Pinellas Avenue. I have a little different approach. I met both candidates. I don't have an opinion one way or the other on either one. But it was brought to my attention today that there was a Facebook posting, and I know there's been a lot of them calling names and doing a variety of things over this process. There's one in particular that I need to address, and I have done this at the direction of my chairman. It is, and I quote, "I fully expect candidate John Leahy to be voted in as city manager tomorrow night because I was informed on July 16th, 2023 by the Chamber of Commerce he was the, quote, top choice." Then the individual went on and continued with personal affronts to the candidate. And at the end of it was talking about, when we know the truth, we will win. Quite honestly, on the afternoon of July 16th, I was working with Georgiana Francis and some other people on Fine Arts Committee layout. It was not anything that we were going to be discussing. She was complaining about the process of how the candidates were being selected and several other things. And it was on a variety of levels. The statement that she said, the Chamber of Commerce was, that he was the top choice, is absolutely, completely false. I did not state anything in that regard. There is absolutely no way I could have known that information at that time, and I wanted to make sure that that was in the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask Ms. Hugaville a question?
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Leahy's name on July 16th?
No, I did not. I will tell you that.
When did you know his name?
I knew his name when I saw it in writing.
When did you see that in writing?
Sometime last week. I did have a conversation with a potential candidate, a couple of months ago, asking about Tarpon Springs and if there was some information that that individual, it was a male, from Fort Myers could have that would help him look at Fort Myers, from Fort Myers.
So
that's all.
when you had,
I did not
on
have
July
his name.
16th, on July 16th, this is important.
Okay.
On July 16th, when you were with Ms. Franzese, and we can call her up here as well, you did not mention the name John Leake.
Absolutely not, because when I was on the phone with this individual, I remember his first name was John. I don't think he ever gave me his last name, but I didn't particularly remember it because I didn't want to be part of this process because I'm not part of this process.
So nobody up here at this dais spoke to you about Mr. League prior to the interviews on Saturday, the 5th?
I did not know that he was a candidate.
Did anyone on this dais speak to you about Mr. League prior to the day of the
No.
interviews?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Vasily Faklis, 139 East Tarpon Avenue. We have a unique community here in Tarpon Springs, and it's, if you replace a city manager, you got to be 1,000% right. It's not, I've heard before city managers come and go and they're here 3 years, whatever. We don't want that. And, we've had a city manager who's born and raised here, dedicated his life to our community. Did I always see eye to eye with Mr. Licouris? No. But did that mean I was right and he was wrong? No. But when there was issues, as gentleman said the other day, or said earlier, when there was issues or we've had issues, he tries to solve the problem and sit down and talk about it and come up with come up with solutions to the problem. That's important. We're a small community, and my family's been here over 100 years, your family, a lot of these people, that means something. And, we've also dedicated our lives to Tarpon Springs and our business, and we plan to be there a whole lot longer. But you can't just, if you make this change, you better be 1,000% right. And I also feel like if somebody's gonna retire, somebody who's dedicated his life and we have some really good employees and department heads, they like Mark, they work with Mark. We also you have lawsuits that are coming up here. We have changes within the city. Mark knows the city. Let Mark retire on his own, on his plan when he's ready to go. That's just what I feel. And I feel that, I don't like those comments when people say people come and go. We had a previous, I'm not gonna mention names, but a previous city manager where took that attitude with the streetscape. And now we're having to change all the streetscape because they didn't listen to the people. And they didn't listen to the business owners. And that's what's important. Listen to your people. Listen to the people that are there day in, day out. You want to know something about downtown Tarpon Springs, Tarpon Avenue? Come to me. Come to these business owners. But that's all about, sitting down and working together with people. And Mark does that. And like I said, nobody's perfect, but I just feel we need to unite this community because there's been a lot of divisiveness in the papers. And as other people mentioned, that's not a good look on Tarpon Springs. We don't want that. That tears me up inside when we're fighting and we're arguing. Debate is good. Fighting and arguing and people laughing at Tarpon Springs, that's not good. Let's do this together. Let's unite our community. Let's heal our community. And I feel that's the way to go. Thank you.
Tina Bukavalis, Athens Street. I certainly agree with Vasile. And I respect his opinion very much. But I do want to say this. I feel bad that so many of the audience have been giving you such a hard time. This has been a long time coming. You've taken all the slow, deliberate steps to make this change. I also want to note that I have worked almost all my adult life in government. A semi-county agency in Miami, the state of Florida, and then 10 years for Tarpon Springs. And out of all the places I work, I have to say Tarpon Springs was the most problematic. And it's not because there aren't fantastic people that work here. There are a lot of fantastic people that work here. I respect most of them. But I felt that part of the problem was the managerial style. Mark has done many good things, but it's time for a change. He is at a retirement age now. It's appropriate that he should be changed and that we can improve the city. You spent a lot of time going through the process, appointing, with everyone's agreement, appointing an agency to go through candidates. It's not like this wasn't a public process. It was. I'm sorry if people didn't know, but it was what was happening. They had the opportunity to know what was going, and they may disagree, but this is what's going on, and there's nothing wrong with it. I met with both of the candidates at the meet and greet and at the public meeting on Saturday night. They both have good things about them. I think one is stronger than another, with obviously background that would be pertinent to Tarpon Springs. I don't think you can go wrong at this point with moving forward with change. Thank you.
Forty Kulianis, 1414 Gulf Road. I yield my 2 minutes to Georgiana Francis.
Can we do that?
She's speaking twice.
Ms. Franzese.
You accept 2-minute additions from a non-resident.
I just want to be able to respond. I think that's only fair. There's an evidentiary hearing against me today. Would have prepared.
Ms. Franzese, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I'm just going to talk anyway, so Chief Young can remove me.
Ms.
I
Franzese.
just wanted to respond, and it
Franzese.
wasn't about Jean Hungaville at all. I just wanted to respond that it was that I'm not going to argue with Jean. I came across that information. I just wanted it to be known for the process, okay? That is it. I wasn't trying, just as Mr. Fackless said before, I don't want to start problems in Tarpon Springs by filing ethics complaints, okay? I don't want to start any of that. I was just posting something to call out that the process was flawed. That is it. I'm not arguing with Jean. I'm not up here to say that I'm not a liar or fight. This is not my hearing, okay? And shame on you, Mr. Mayor, for putting the Chamber of Commerce in the middle of your flawed process. Thank you.
That's a second violation. You're not supposed to address any individual.
It's all right. Thank you. Who's next?
Susan Kikta, 214 Earl Street, Tarpon Springs. I wasn't prepared to talk tonight, sorry. I'm not really very prepared, but I sat there when we fired our previous city manager. That was not, in your seats, was not an easy thing to do. That was my first vote as a city commissioner. We didn't go through all this process and drag things on. If you don't like the person, fire him. She packed her stuff up and she left right in the middle of the meeting, and Mark was sitting here, he remembers. And then I was one of the votes to put Mark in this position, and I'm glad I did. Yes, is Mark perfect? No, but none of us are. Has Mark made mistakes? Absolutely, but we all have. But let me tell you, sorry, I'm losing my voice. A lot of you don't know what Mark does behind the scenes for this community and people in this community, people that he helps. And he's so embedded in Tarpon Springs. He knows it inside and out. He knows, just like the gentleman talked about, if there's a disaster of some sort, a hurricane or anything, he knows where certain people live. He knows who's going to answer the door and not answer the door. I don't know what else to say. I mean, let him retire. Let him retire. I know he's up there in age. We all know that, and he's getting ready to retire soon. He might not say it, but I'm sure it's going to be a few years. So let him retire and go out with dignity, because otherwise going through all this rigmarole with consultants and spending $40,000 of taxpayers' money is ridiculous. If you don't want him in the position, you can fire him right now. I'm telling you, it's not an easy thing to do, but it's been done. But I don't want to see it done with Mark. He's done a great job in this community. Thank you, Mark.
Is there anyone else?
In closing, I got my cousin 2 minutes, Mr. Travis. I'm gonna say this
Mr.
right here. We've heard everybody. We just asking that
Mr.
y'all
Reynolds.
please pay attention to us. Y'all listen to us. The community is actually uproar. We just
Mr.
asking.
Reynolds, please.
Please pay
You
attention.
had 6 minutes.
I agree, Mayor, I had 6 minutes, but you can't control what people say. And some people just getting up here just to be heard, just to be a problem and to start confusion. And
Please-
you know
please just
that if
sit
y'all
down,
start
Mr.
going
Reynolds.
against what the people going against, it's gonna be a problem. I'm telling you.
Are you making threats at this board?
No, I'm not making threats.
Let's hold down, guys.
This is a hot topic. We know the residents are gonna be hot and speak their mind. Let them get their comments out and let us start the discussion afterwards.
Nobody threatens the board.
Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue, and Miss Veronica Weller has kindly donated some time. Took notes. Hope y'all did. Okay, took notes. A lot of things in here. Mark can resolve conflicts. He reaches out to the community, people that don't know. A lot of stuff, so I'm not going to go over that. The process. I was at the meeting Saturday. I've been at a lot of the meetings from the beginning. And the process is flawed. And that's why one of the main reasons I'm speaking contrary to what I spoke the other night. And that is why I said about change. Because if we're listen and hear things, our opinions and our thoughts can change. So I want to go over the process. Just to clarify what one lady said, y'all had 7 applications. To my understanding, y'all never saw any of those applications. Only ones y'all saw were the 2 that were presented. They had 22, narrowed them down. There's been a request to see all the others. But originally, when they were presenting their proposals, they were going to give you a list of 7 to 10 people after an initial background check. Y'all would look through them, rate them, give them 5, then they'd do further checks, and then we'd go to the more process. That didn't happen. At a meeting in the end of July, I met Mr. Bell. He had drove up from Miami, came to check out the town. As I left, he came out to speak with me, and he mentioned he was interested in applying the candidate. I said, good luck. He asked me a few questions, fine. Come to the meeting, and I have to say, I could probably repeat some of this stuff in the resumes without even looking at it. But on, let me find my thing here, and this is why I'm going to go to the process. Hard copy, page 58. Online, page 64, if you want to go and look. Mr. Rudimenkin's resume presented. Education, Woodbury University. No date. You look at his summary of experiences, County of Modoc, Colorado Spring, County of Eddy in New Mexico, 2 towns in Washington, Huntsville. 2007. Nothing before that. Did he just drop out of the sky? Don't know when he finished college. And then the next page, 59 hard copy, you follow, he mentions coastal community experience. Now, if you remember, I mentioned the first entry here, Modoc, 2007, 2011. Then you look through the resumes here, and you go down to the end, the last one shows Modoc. Bottom, it says education training, lists his stuff, no dates. But here's the interesting part. When he answers the question number 9 on page 66, describing the experience you have with historic and cultural and commercial waterfront and related preservation, talks about Dana Point, California. Question 10, he references on the next page, Dana Point about emergency management. Number 11, community redevelopment, Dana Point. I didn't see any Dana Point anywhere in the resume. So when I came to the meeting on Saturday, I went down to Mr. Slavin and said, hey, what's going on here? Well, we send them out to a company and they do it and they provided the resume and backup. I says, well, why isn't Dana Point there? Well, he addressed it in his answers because I point out their answers there. What, he didn't want to do another, to tell the candidate to, hey, we caught something here, update your resume so we can present it to the board? No. So get back to Mr. Bell. Some of you were at that meeting, all of y'all were at the workshop. It was specifically asked, will this opening be open? Yep, opening will be open till filled. But yet, Mr. Slavin didn't want to take, and I don't know the dates, I can't get into specifics, I'm not going to accuse, but apparently he didn't take Mr. Bell's application or came in late, didn't want to process it because he got to pay some other company to do the processing, and did he get his money all up front, didn't want to spend any more money. Lastly, in some regard, I only have a few seconds left. If you read Mr. Leggie's letter, he knew about the job from his daughter. So that means Slavin only came up with one candidate for y'all. One. Why weren't y'all more involved? I understand you have guidelines and they check, but you got somebody else checking the boxes off as to what to look for instead of you up there. Lastly, Mark took us through the great financial crisis. Remember that. We did raise our taxes some, but we kept through. You can ask Ron. We kept our reserves. Whenever we had an emergency, those crews were out there cleaning out the streets. He's got 14 years of city management experience. Let him have his time, set the date, then in the meantime, you have that process to work to that date. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other comments? Or Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand. I'll allow the first person in.
Good evening, Sharon Landrum, 45 West MLK Junior Drive, Tarpon Springs. Good evening, everyone. I feel like I don't even have a right to speak tonight because I've only been a Tarpon resident for less than 10 years. But there is one thing I want to point out to the residents who said that they're being blindsided by this process. If you come to the meetings, if you look at the agendas for the meetings, if you choose to stay informed with what's going on in our city, you would have known about everything that has transpired regarding the city manager. And I feel like it's very unfair to our current elected officials to accuse them of not letting the residents know what's going on. That just really infuriates me. So if you want to know what's going on in our city government, you have to choose to stay informed and you have to be involved. I have no doubt the city manager has done a tremendous amount of good for our community. In the few years I've been involved, I have seen some really bad transgressions in the management process of our city. So I commend you all for going through this process. Yes, no one's perfect. Yes, there's flaws. But to say that the current board is not keeping the residents informed just is not correct. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Landrum.
I'll allow the next person in. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute. If there is anyone else who would like to make a comment, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. person with the raised hand has lowered their hand, and we do not have any other raised hands at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Joe. Ms. Jacobs.
The first one is from Sherry Went, 1214 Riverside Drive. My name is Sherry Went. I am the president of the Tarpon Springs Merchants Association. I live at 1214 Riverside Drive in Tarpon Springs. I own a business in downtown Tarpon Springs. I want to express to the mayor and city commissioners that I appreciated the opportunity to meet the candidates for a new city manager. Both individuals are extremely qualified, but I would like the mayor and commissioners to know that my first choice would be for Mark Lycouris to stay until his retirement date as city manager. Hopefully this would be a couple more years. My opinion is shared by both Carol Rodriguez, event director of the Tarpon Springs Merchants Association, and Reggie Gibson, secretary of the Tarpon Springs Merchants Association. We feel that Mark Lycouris has a clear understanding of the diversity of our community and has been able to focus and find ways to solve many major problems over the years to pull our community together. As city manager, Mark also has had the vision, understanding, and patience to work with the Tarpon Springs Merchants Board over the years as our board created more events and activities in Tarpon Springs, which greatly helped our merchants and our city grow and flourish. If you decide to go forward with the selection of a new city manager, I would recommend John Leahy. Thank you for your consideration of our recommendation. The next one is from Robin Sanger, 1630 Lonesome Pine Lane. Greetings, Mayor and Commissioners. Several commissioners discussed concerns after the meeting at City Hall Saturday, where residents were invited to meet and hear from the two finalist candidates for the position of city manager. The concerns were about not having enough community input from residents to move forward to a final decision on this significant moment for Tarpon Springs. I reached out to several residents afterward to hear their feedback and input. Some are residents who are fairly in tune with happenings, and some are not, as I did not want to hear only from the most engaged residents. A few had heard there might be a city manager search, but most had not, and only one knew that two finalists were chosen. Only one knew that the event happened at City Hall on Saturday and also thought there would be more opportunities for residents to engage. This person thought the event would be rescheduled due to health concerns at City Hall. Nearly all asked why Mark was leaving, was he retiring, etc., and why we are searching for a new city manager. Concerns about the cost of the search, were consultants involved, and how much were they paid, etc. One person was concerned that Mark would be leaving while there were pending lawsuits going on. I am sure you haven't all been in touch with our community members and are gathering your own feedback and input, but my hope is that you find the feedback that I shared with you to be helpful. Respectfully, Robin Sanger.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. We're going to go to have a discussion as far as, before we get to that point of a recommendation, as far as whether the commission wants to proceed in selecting a city manager. Commissioner Eisner, you've got your...
I make a motion, we decline both candidates. Do I have a second?
Second.
There we go. That's the motion. There's your motion.
I was going to respond to some
Motion,
of
that's
the
Robert rules. There's your motion. I can make a motion at any time, and it's been seconded.
John, could you repeat the motion?
The motion is we decline both candidates, and it's been seconded.
Your motion needs to be in an
I
affirmative.
don't have to follow this.
Your
Francis Ford
motion
Coppola
has to
thing
be
you
in
got
the
going
affirmative, Mr.
can do what I
Koulianos.
want.
I make a motion to, I'm not sure. How do you do
There's
that,
a
Mr.
motion.
Salzman?
There's a motion. There's a motion.
I move forward to...
Robert Rule says I can make a motion anytime.
Oh, you can make the motion.
And it's been seconded.
I'm not sure I understand what's
Can I-
going on. Can
I
you
put a motion in?
help us out, Mr.
Make it.
Salzman?
Make it.
I'd like to make a motion to continue the city manager search and hiring process.
Second.
Okay. Let's go to discussion. Go ahead, Commissioner Eisner.
So before this motion, I wanted to respond to some of the comments that I've listened to I did hear somebody say there was an issue with a prior city manager that was hired, whether he was outside or not, but that wasn't selected by this board, and I don't know who did that. But this board gave a great deal of interest into reading up and following up, and every single person up here knew from the get-go that we had the ability to terminate Mark on day one, which Mark would be the first one to admit that. And we didn't do that. Nobody's taking away the quality of Mark or that we're firing Mark. Mark made a deal, and he, again, anything I say, you can ask him on this, was that he needed a year. And that year has been turned into a year and a half. And he has other extenuating circumstances that he's now asked for, and I don't have a problem with it, and I don't know, I can't speak for the other commissioners, but we didn't even get there to that point. What I do see is very few people coming up here speaking kindly of two people who are qualified to be a city manager somewhere. If I were them, I don't know if I would come here and take this kind of abuse. People ask me all the time why I became a city commissioner, tried to make things better. And I get comments that where we didn't do our research, we're looking to terminate him. You know, nobody's taking away his qualities or how good he is. Are we trying to squeeze the last few minutes out of his breath? Is he entitled to move on? Is he entitled to leave with respect and being able to move over to the next city manager? His knowledge? Of course he is. Nobody's disrespecting him. And I get offended when I sit here and listen to people talk negative about us or him. So a couple of things that was said, and I want to clarify, I was the guy that met with John Legge 9 o'clock in the morning, and he was sharp as a tack at 9 a.m. in the morning, okay? And he answered every question. He was professional as could be. The person you saw stand up here at the end of the day of being abused by a lot of questions that were happening was a little bit of a nervous person, and I saw that. But everyone that gets up here sometimes is also nervous to speak before 5 commissioners that have been interviewed all day long. Mark himself has been nervous speaking up there. I've been nervous speaking up there. So I don't think that's a fair judgment of somebody who went through a whole day of a marathon. And we did that marathon because we had to make arrangements, because we had a commissioner who was for 3 weeks in Greece. And we were on a time frame. And in that time frame, there are things that go on that the residents don't know. The residents don't know that while this whole procedure is going on, there were people that had other qualifications that found jobs elsewhere. And after with these 2 candidates, see what went on tonight, they'll probably look elsewhere as well. You know, I took almost 10 or 15 calls from people. Some I called, some they called me, some they emailed me, some they texted me. And most of the people spoke to me very positively. But they also spoke to me and were very terrified to come up here and put their 2 cents in, because they have a business here or they have connections here and they don't want to be ridiculed. I don't have either. I don't care if you ridicule me. I've been ridiculed by some of the people here. It means nothing, because you're wrong. This commission has done the right thing. We've handled it the right way. The people have not paid attention to what we're doing at all. This has been as open as could be. If you don't want to pay attention to it, you won't know what's going on. John Legge watched meetings of us for 3 months. to get himself up to date on what goes on in Tarpon Springs and still wants to be here, make this better. I spoke to him about it. I heard plenty of comments about Slavin and how he just took money. I've interviewed quite a few people in my day. He gave a very good explanation in here of everybody. Yes, you can find fault in here. He's not perfect. He's got to rely on information. People lie today. People get up here and lie. But we have 2 qualified candidates. There were more, and every one of the ones that a commissioner pulled this morning, I went and did research on. And each one had something that either they didn't have the qualification, or there was something written where it didn't meet the qualifications of. And I want you to understand this, because I asked him, and this was our request, all 5 of us. I don't know if John was at the time. He may not have been here when we did this, but we all asked Slavin to go and find a search firm. He was our search firm. So it shouldn't be a shock that we found someone that now found people. But our request was position requirements include a combination of education experience equivalent to attainment of a bachelor's degree in public administration or related field. Master's degree preferred in parentheses. At least 5 years experience as a manager in a commission, manager, or related system of government. An equivalent combination of education, training, and experience may be submitted. That was the criteria that we, as a board, set him to go look for. And if the people that were on there were not to this standard, he didn't give it to us. Or there were people that took jobs elsewhere. We could keep kicking this can down the road like we did on the water bill, and we'll have nobody showing up to want to be the manager, I'm sorry. And it's still not fair to Mark that he can't enjoy his time. I just don't understand how you could be so callous to speak like that. These were 2 very good candidates. You had a few minutes with them? I didn't. I had an hour with each one of them. And so did everybody up here have an hour with each one of them. You want to fast track this and do a motion and just remove and keep going on? That's games. That's games. I don't play games. Either one of them could run this town if they had the residents behind them. But if you're going to just attack any and every one that comes in, then you're waiting for the inevitable, and I don't know what that is. I really don't know. But Mark is not upset. He's the one who actually put together the response of his 3 months. And he's in agreement to this. You guys are not in agreement to what Mark's in agreement to. So I just don't understand it. I really don't. It's very upsetting. I give a lot of time to this, like every commissioner does, and we work for you for pretty much for free to make this town better. And I expect to hear I'm 10 years, I'm a New Yorker, I've heard of it all already. That means nothing. I chose to be here, and I've said it once and I'll say it again. I love Tarpon Springs. I want to make it better. And I think that this commission can make it better with either one of these candidates. So we could take a vote. You can speak on anything more, but Slavin hit the right note, brought us 2 candidates. I saw the other candidates. There were issues with them. And if you want to just wait, and, it's very hard to find a city manager at this time. It's hard to find employees at this time. We could keep playing the game, To me, if you want to wait until you squeeze the last bit of blood out of Mark, that's fine. I don't think that's a right thing to do. I think at a certain time, you get somebody in here while he's vibrant, alive, willing to help, and have him work with that new person and explain to him where and how things work in this town. And as I've heard people say before, if the new person doesn't work out, this board is not dead from the neck up. We will not keep a person who is not going to work out. There have been people fired before, as you've heard. We're not firing Mark. I'm respecting Mark. I'm respecting what he did. Coming up here and saying he worked for all these years in the police department is an honor. He should be honored. He's put in a lot of time in as a city manager. He should be honored for that. You guys are dishonoring him. You want him to you got to stay till the end. What is the end? Is the end up to you? Is the end up to him? I don't know how many people in this audience have had one-on-ones with him. I have it all the time. I always ask him, and he'll admit it. I always ask him what he wants. And I'm very kind, and I know the rest of the commission is also very kind to it. So I just think you got to be a little bit careful when you speak out at this microphone about people and people's reputation and things like that. It's not a nice outlook for Tarpon Springs. It does leave a bad taste in people's mouth.
Okay, Commissioner Kulyas.
The bad taste in the mouth is way you guys were just mistreated. We're servants here. We are the punching bags. We listen to what you have to say. And I'm gonna start right from the beginning. Greece, I had a great time in Greece. And we structured that meeting right so we could fit right between me coming back from vacation and Vice Mayor starting his vacation, correct? That is correct. So it's always one jab after another. And long story short, our process was flawed. Our hiring process was flawed tremendously. I don't go talk about how, I'm the jack of all trades and master of none, all right? But I am a professional headhunter, okay? And so when I sat back to watch this headhunting experience happen, I've done headhunting for contracts that are way more than what this contract is. So let me tell you something. Our service, how we went from 24 applicants and we only saw 2 resumes, and you guys want to sit here and make a decision off one of the most important decisions in our city's history is a shame. I know, Mayor, you wouldn't do that as a city manager, and I know any of you in your positions wouldn't be doing that hiring process, okay? When we talking about yesterday, I had to beg Mr. Slavin to release the resumes. How we only got to 2 resumes, and I'm supposed to do the work for you, Tarpon Springs? Am I really doing my job if I'm just gonna look at these 2 resumes and pick one or the other? Which we all know, Rudemakin ain't the guy. We all know what's going on here. So they wanna sit there and throw a decoy in and try to get some guy that they prefer. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. So when we talk about this liaison process, the criteria, I don't remember writing this criteria. This was a liaison process that the mayor helped write and send in to Mr. Slavic, right?
I think we had a workshop in February where you specifically came down here to get that information from each of the commissioners.
That's right.
Yeah,
But-
not me, by myself, all 5 commissioners.
All right, so here we go here. The resumes. Why was it like pulling teeth to get these resumes yesterday when I asked for them at 8 o'clock in the morning? I had to go back and forth with Mr. Slavin, saying to release them because he wanted to protect the individuals that were trying to apply for this position. Well, this is a public position in the state of Florida. It's all public record anyways. Any one of you can go ask for them. So why was I stonewalled for a whole day straight? I stayed up all night last night because at 4:30, I sent in another email, release the resumes to the Board of Commissioners so we could look at them. I didn't get a response, and the rest of the board got the resumes till 8 o'clock this morning. And I'll tell you what, there are a few applicants in there that fit the criteria, regardless of what one commissioner supposedly says. Must have all the time in the world to review the 20-something applications because I couldn't review them all. I didn't have enough time. And I clearly stated that at the Saturday meeting, there wouldn't be enough time to make a decision come Tuesday. okay? So I'm telling you right now, that headhunting experience was one of the worst I've ever been a part of, one of the worst job contract headhunting experiences I've seen. You don't tell me that you're reluctant to give us the resumes. These resumes belong to the people of Tarpon Springs at this point. And why we only got shuffled down to 2 people, and how that man, when I saw those resumes with this criteria, minimum 5 years experience, which some of them don't even have that. But yet, they're our final 2 applications, our applicants. And we all know what everyone wants. And it's sad that there have to been rumors about organizations hearing about names of applicants before I even did. And yeah, I just got back from vacation, just like I stated. This process has been rushed. So when you look at this criteria, this little 5-6 sentence paragraph, that's all the criteria was. The rest is all history about Tarpon Springs. That's all it is. And you're telling me we couldn't pluck a bigger pool of applicants for us to sit there and look back at? I'm sorry, that's not the case. I have a clear feeling that somehow, some way, we have all been funneled to make this selection. Funneled, filtered, pushed through to where we're at right now. And I'm gonna say something else. Mayor, this memorandum, all these recommendations, this is influence. This is influence in every way to get a vote done and to get it done fast.
Mr. Culiano.
No, it is, Mayor. And who's gonna make the motion here? You've verbatim put the motions down. So, of course, Mr. Iser's gonna sit there and act like, we already know what's gonna happen here. And so then we sit here and talk about campaign promises, about how 4 of us decided to get a new city manager. Yeah, I'm the first one. I put it on the campaign material. I wasn't afraid to go out bold. But I also understand we're gonna do this the right way. We're not gonna have a half-donkey process in a search, only provide us 2 applicants. This is Tarpon Springs, and we could definitely do better, okay? And so when we talk about this, I ran to make sure we would do a city manager change, but it would be the most publicly inclusive project and aspect this city would see for years to come. That has not been the case. The public has been excluded, including myself, because I only saw 2 resumes and I got to make a big decision for this city. And so I don't know how any of you could sit there and come up here and think, oh, this is done and we're ready to move forward and these are the 2 best applicants, because what Mr. Slavin and them produced for us was unacceptable to me. Like the one resident mentioned, Mr. Legge found out because of his daughter. So he went the route he needed to and got the process done. For me, I give a discounted rate when someone comes to me where they didn't have to come through my advertising resources. That's how headhunting works. And so this has been influenced, this memorandum. This is the stuff we don't need to be children and be guided on what motions we need to put in, what motions we don't need to put in. We all need to come up here. This could have been discussed here. I didn't need to receive this the day before. For what? So I could sit there and think about what I'm supposed to do? No. So we ran on publicly inclusive, transparent process. I had a headhunting firm only produced 2 resumes, and you guys are ready to just jump the first thing you see, just so we can move forward with this process. You guys need to really consider what's going on here. And the bottom line is, not only we rush the process, but the feeling out there is we've been funneled to 1 candidate. That is the feeling, okay? That shouldn't be like that. We should have had 4 or 5 with our heads spinning because we have so many good applicants. But yet, here we are again. And you guys think this is acceptable. It's not. I would go back as a headhunter and say, hey, we're gonna try to find you more applicants. And I don't need to be begging any company to release the resumes to me. So I don't know if, what happened on the back end. And then I was told by that same management, I can't reach our city staff about it, some of the people who work for me. And then come to find out in this memorandum, we got agreements taking place about, compensation details. So who's talking to who? So you guys want things done the right way? Because I do. I don't like this, this minimal stuff getting done, and then you think we're doing the best job? If you were in my shoes and you only saw 2 applicants and you're a professional headhunter, what would you do? Of course you would better ask for those resumes. You better ask. And I'm telling you right now, some of those people were young, they had city manager experience, they met the qualifications. You may not like where they came from, you may not like the cities that they were managing, but they met the qualifications. But they didn't get funneled through. Next thing you know, I come back from Greece and, 10 hours later, I got to interview two guys for 1 hour. And then if it was up to some of these people on this board, a vote would have been done Saturday. And that's the shame. Some of these people have no idea about this town. They're so quick to rush because they listen to a little group of people that feed their ear and tell them, you're doing a great job. Keep it up. Keep doing what you're doing. Follow Costa's lead. Enough is enough. We're going to do this the right way. And if any selection gets done today, it's shame on you guys because we have not done our due diligence. That hiring process was flawed in so many ways. And that's why I asked that we go back. We may need to do our own process. But to sit there and let Slavin work with this liaison situation, which I don't know, that's not going to happen again. We're not having one individual talk to anybody about consulting and liaison stuff. Too much rumors happen and too much stuff gets carried out of hand. So we're all individually going to speak to these people and get stuff done, but moving forward, I can't see us selecting one of these guys. And like you said, you might, hey, Mr. Legge was shaky up there. He was shaky, and that was his opportunity to talk to the public, talk with a firm confidence in himself that the other guy had. Rudimenken had the confidence. Now, of course, he jumps around. So, do I think they're both good candidates that I see myself working with for 2 to 5 years? Yeah, I played on Run It Again. I'll tell you that. So, I didn't see at this point in time. Mr. Legge is qualified. But we need to look at other avenues, other resources, and for you guys to sit there and think Mr. Slavin is the gate holder to provide 2 resumes and these were all that was left, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. Everyone knows Mark and I had our differences, and I do want Mark to be transitioned out before my term. I make that very clear. But I want to make sure we get someone who's got the motivation, who's got the ability, who's been screened to the fullest, and, not just another job order to fill and move on. Because I've filled job orders and moved on. I know what it's like when I start pushing people and try to get jobs filled so I can move on to the next one. So, with all due respect, I'm going to wait to hear back from any rebuttals, but shame tonight how we can't still handle criticism from these residents. We still don't know how to do it. We come up here and say we're appalled. What are we appalled about? What are we appalled about? So the truth is, the hiring process has been flawed, and if a vote goes through to hire one of these 2, it will be shame on this city. We need to go back and get the job done and get it done the right way. Thank you.
Mr. Koulianis, or Commissioner Koulianis, sorry.
Thank you. It doesn't offend me. You can call me John. And bravo, Panayoti. So tonight we are making what I believe the biggest decision that we as a board will make in our collective terms. I do not believe we should select either of the candidates we interviewed on Saturday. In my opinion, Mr. Rudimenken was more polished and fit the profile of a professional manager. Mr. Legge had a softer and less polished persona, which could be attractive to some. Mr. Rudimenken had city manager experience. Mr. Legge has never served in a top position in any organization he has worked. Mr. Rudimenken holds the ICMA credential, the highest in city management. Mr. Legge does not hold that credential. By your standards, by this board's standards, Mr. Legge does not meet the criteria to be our next city manager. They said they wanted a, quote, professional, certified city manager. Plus, he's never been a city manager, so would even discount that even further. Both men have moved from job to job quite a bit. Mr. Rudimenkin has had 7 positions since 2007. Mr. Legge has had 6 positions since 2007. An average tenure of 2.2 years for Mr. Rudimenkin versus 2.6 years for Mr. Legge. Mr. Rudimenkin was in his last position in Huntsville for 20 months. Mr. Legge has been in his current position for less than a year. I found Mr. Rudimenkin to be more composed and comfortable during our interview. I could clearly envision him in multiple business settings representing our city in a professional manner. Mr. Legge did not comfortably engage with me in the same manner. I asked both candidates the same question. What would you do if I came into City Hall and started directing city staff? Mr. Rudimenkin was emphatic that he would call me for a meeting and ask me to stop. Mr. Legge said he wouldn't address me directly, but would like to have weekly meetings with commissioners and discuss things in general. I preferred Mr. Rudimenkin's answer that directly addressed the issue with me. I'm thick-skinned. I want you to yell at me if I'm out of line. I asked Mr. Legge another specific question about why he worked 7 years for a CPA firm and never became a CPA. His first answer was that he didn't need a CPA to be in government. That was a pat or rehearsed answer that made no sense. How would he know in 2001 that he was going to go into government in 2007? He had 7 years to become a CPA, and he didn't. I pushed him. I pressed him more to be more candid with me. And he finally admitted he took the CPA exam a couple times and didn't pass. He knew without a CPA that he couldn't progress in a CPA firm as a partner and decided to move on. There's nothing wrong with moving to another accounting discipline, but it was his initial evasive answer that troubled me. Furthermore, the talk is that he's building a house in Tarpon. I heard this thing, he's building a house in Tarpon. When I questioned him a little further, I started asking him, how big is that house you're gonna build? And he is, oh, well, I don't know, he just kind of gave me some nod and dodge. I said, are you building a house? Did you pull a permit? It turns out he's doing some kind of a mother-in-law suite on his daughter's house, okay? So that when he comes to visit, he had a place to stay for his grandkids. That's wonderful. That's a whole big difference between I'm building a house, I'm coming to Tarpon Springs. Okay, that was misleading. It was misleading when he answered the question on the CPA thing. It was misleading when he answered the question on the house. It was weak when he answered the question about what he would do if I come running through here, started telling staff what to do, okay? Mr. Legge's work experience has a strange and troublesome pattern. He went from finance director to assistant city manager, to finance director, to assistant city manager, to finance director, to assistant city manager. He's about 60 years old, and nowhere along the line did any other community take a chance on elevating him to a city manager position. And all that time just kept rotating back and forth, okay? But we're supposed to do it. We're supposed to take that chance and make him our city manager, and the guy's never been a city manager. But they keep saying qualified. I don't see it, okay? I'm also extremely troubled how this process played out. Okay, I'll take your word for it that you didn't say his name on July 16th. But there is a person in here that received a call early last week to tout one of this applicants, obviously Mr. Legge. That poor Mr. Rudimenkin, he could have saved his airfare and his trouble. Nobody was going to go with him. It was lined up, okay? And this person got a call from somebody on this board and was touting Mr. Legge and said, he's got naval experience. So what are we doing touting candidates, and we haven't even interviewed him yet? So, This is an injustice to both candidates. The process already appeared tainted and is suspect to a large segment of our community. And the way it might look here, again, I don't know what our vice mayor is thinking, but a slim 3-2 vote on a selection of a new city manager that went down like this would be a really bad thing for our community. Let's contrast these gentlemen's experience with that of our current city manager, Mark Licouris. Mark's resume is short and sweet. Tarpon Springs Police Chief, Tarpon Springs City Manager. 45 years of uninterrupted service in one place, Tarpon Springs, Florida. And in both positions, the buck stopped with him. Show me anywhere in Legge's resume where the buck ever stopped with him. Okay. I wouldn't have gotten up at the podium 9 months ago and spoke in favor of keeping Mark if I didn't know that he was willing and able to stay on. The rest of the board is aware of the arrangement Mark accepted from them. I wasn't going to talk about it. I told Mark I wasn't going to talk about it, but I'm going to talk about it. He thought he was going to be fired on day one. And Commissioner Kulyas, you know, you lit that fuse. You know you did. And he lit that fuse. And Mark thought he was going on day one. I'm not going to go into what his personal things are, but they're things of honor. Trust me, they're things of honor, okay? And so he agreed, whether he made the deal with the mayor, I don't know which, I wasn't around then, but he made a deal with them that he would be a good boy, stay on till a year, at least give him a year, and then that would be it. And he wouldn't start a street fight by bringing people in the audience to fight for him. And he hasn't done it. He hasn't never done it. And so I've asked him many times, Mark, stick up for yourself. Why don't you say you want to stay? He goes, John, I made a deal. I got to stick to it. I told him I wouldn't be doing that kind of thing. So he hasn't. Okay, so when these guys are disingenuous when they're telling you, we've got a super deal with Mark, it's what he wants. No, it's not. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bringing it up. I wouldn't have brought it up 9 months ago. I wouldn't have brought it up if the guy wanted to leave. He does want to stay. But he's a man. He's a man of his word. I believe chiefs make better managers than accountants. Sorry, Ron Herring and myself. Police chiefs have to manage a lot of people, schedules, budgets, and most importantly, crises. Policemen make on-the-spot life and death decisions. Deciding whether to debit or credit a journal entry can't be compared with deciding whether to discharge a firearm. But in all seriousness, Mark knows what it's like to have the buck stop with him. In contrast, again, nowhere in Mr. Legge's resume has he held a position where the buck stopped with him. I'm going to repeat what I asked the four of you when I stood up here 9 months ago at this podium as a commissioner-elect. Given a different environment and perspective, maybe you can change your mind and you can allow what I asked was that we have a workshop to sit down. The city is facing 2 significant possible lawsuits, big ones. You guys lit the flames on them, okay? You guys lit the flames on them with rhetoric and action. And that fire is coming. You know that it's coming. This is not the time for a new city manager to take our operations, especially one that's never been a city manager. Can we please hold a workshop on the issue whereby we pick a specific retirement date for City Manager Licouris that makes sense? At that workshop, everything should be on the table, including the idea of identifying someone within our city to be an assistant city manager, someone that's able to step in if we find ourselves still wanting to go on outward for the next city manager and are finding a group of unacceptable candidates like those that were presented to us on Saturday. looking inward for our future leaders should also be an option. I know, in fact, there are 3 persons, and I can see them right now, 3 persons that hold master's degrees in public administration. We have talent in the fire department, the police department, and the city administration. Somewhere in our city is a future city manager that can serve us for decades to come. You came from inside. Mark came from inside. If I go through I asked Irene to give me the list going all the way back to the beginning of Tarpon Springs. Give me every city manager. All the long tenured city managers were homegrown people. Am I right, Mayor? Okay, every single one of them was homegrown. You're one of them? Right, the 2 of them are sitting right there. The other ones, they're gone. They're not in our community. They have nothing, it's over, okay? So we can look inward. Could you imagine a situation where Mark stayed a couple years with a strong tenured another employee in the city right now that has the qualifications, that has master's degree in degrees in public administration, worked with Mark, moved the city forward. We know we don't have to worry about Slavins finding us people. We got it. We got our own talent right here in town. You know, if we have talent, why can't we look for that? All I ask is, why don't we have a chance? And Ms. Bucavalis got up and talked about, you know, he's wasn't a good manager or whatever the thing is. But you know, the problem is, all the people that work here can't say a word. If I ask Ron Herring, if I ask him upstairs, what do you think of Mark? He loves him, but he can't say it. I ask Renee what she thinks of Mark. She loves him, can't say it. I ask Scott Young what he thinks of Mark. Loves him. I know this guy loves him. I know Tareen loves him, but they can't say anything because they work for the city. They got to keep their mouth shut. I asked the city attorney, hey, what do you think about us getting rid of Mark right now? I'm moving Mark out and getting somebody else. He said, I'm breaking confidence with him. He said, you're crazy to be doing it. He said, you're crazy to be doing it. And we are crazy to be doing it. So, okay, so as Commissioner Culiacos so clearly stated on Saturday, this isn't about checking some political promise box. We owe the city as a whole more than we do some small group of people who get in our ear and say the same old stuff over and over and over, and somehow it's resonated. The commitments were made by some of you to fulfill a campaign promise to a very small group of people to replace our city manager for no apparent reason that can be articulated. Nobody's articulated the reason. I've asked these people, and they're in the audience. The day I made that thing, oh, you should have seen how I was treated. After I got up and said nice things about Mark, oh my God, it was horrendous. Okay, but then give me a call. What don't you like about Mark? He's mean. Okay, anything else? Well, I just don't like the way he acts. Okay, I didn't know we hired a game show host, but you know, I would hear that. And then I have people telling me I can't come. I asked them to meet in City Hall. Oh, Mark's got City Hall bugged. Okay, thank you. And I'm serious. That's what I'm dealing with, okay? I asked them to give me specific reasons why they want to replace him. I got nothing. He's rude. He's short with me sometimes. And it's time. And the other one, it's time for a change. Okay, that's a nice slogan, but so what? Okay. Hell, he yells at me. He yells at me. Most of the time I deserve it, but I like it because we have an honest relationship. That's the kind of guy he is. These guys will tell you, if he's not yelling at them, they're scared. They think something's up, right? Tell me, Ron, you know I'm right, okay? So, you know, and has anyone of you talked to the African American community? I have. I've talked to the African American community. They adore Mark. I've made a point to meet and speak with as much of a cross-section of the town as possible. I don't let my prior grievances or conceptions affect my willingness to interact with a wide cross-section of our community. I get this one question asked of me over and over. What did Mark do that he's being replaced? I have no logical answer for them. But if he's retiring on his own terms and picks a date, I will have an answer. Then I can tell him he's retiring. I don't care how you try and frame it, Commissioner Eisner. I don't care how you frame it. You can frame it all you want. But you know, it's like that movie. You look at the card and you see it's got 4 sides and it looks like a brick, but when you turn it that way, it's got nothing. And that answer you keep giving, that he's not being fired, he's not being fired. You know what it is? It's like what you're doing is worse than firing. It's like putting a Band-Aid on somebody, and instead of just pulling the damn thing off and letting them go, like Mr. Protomitis said, you're like slow pulling it, making the guy have to give tours to these people that are taking his job. You know how demeaning it must be? Could you imagine that if I went to anybody over here, I go to Ron Herring, and I say, Ron, we're gonna advertise for somebody to take your place. But you know what? You stay until we find that person, okay? And then every once in a while, we'll waltz somebody in his office and show him around. Hey, here's gonna be your computer. Here's gonna be your desk. It doesn't turn out we hire that person, but we do that to Ron over and over and over. You tell me how, you think that's being dignified? You think that's treating a man 45 years? 45 years? No, I don't think so. So, and again, I ask, what did Mark do to be replaced? I have no logical answer for them. Okay, I said that. But you know what? If 45 years and 2 bullets doesn't grant a man the opportunity to pick his own retirement date, what does? Yeah, Mark was shot twice as a police officer serving this city. We talk about loving our city. Mr. Eisner, you talk about loving the city. I don't doubt that you do. I believe you do love the city. But you know what? I know it offends you sometimes, but if you've been here much longer, you love it even more. And so here's a guy who's been here 45 years, and our police chief, our city manager, he's done anything anybody has ever asked of him. And on top of that, he's a hero. He was shot twice. I sat on the police pension board for 15 years. I had guys coming up, and I'm not knocking these guys because they were probably legit, but I had guys coming up to me for all through that 15 years that had their back, they said their back hurt, they need to go on disability. They said, their head hurt, they needed to go on disability. I'm not saying those weren't legit reasons, but this dude got shot. This man got shot. He didn't go on disability. He could have sat home and got a check. Like Mr. Protomitis said, he could have stayed home and got a check for 40 years. Instead, he served the community. He worked. And I don't care how you play it out, Mayor. He needs a date. I asked you, let me have a workshop. You thought, what the hell? I don't know what the hell you thought I was asking. I said a workshop. We pick a date. We get somebody to be an assistant. So we have an insurance policy. Then, if you guys want to go out, you go out. But if you don't find that person and Mark's date comes up and it's time for him to retire, we have a big party for him. We have cakes for him. You give him a watch, all the things you do when a man has done all the things he's done. Then we got somebody to take his place. I don't know, it could be one of those guys. It could be somebody over here. But we've got the opportunity to do that. But you wouldn't give me even the respect to even entertain the idea. You dissed me in the worst way, and you know you did, because it wasn't your idea. Just like Commissioner Kulyas said tonight with that memorandum. I was offended by the memorandum. Here it is again. That's why I called it Francis Ford Coppola. Here you go. We're just directing this thing all the way down exactly to funnel to we know Mr. Legge. Sorry, I wasn't going there. I don't want to be directed. I'm not a pawn. I'm not a pawn on a chessboard. We need to collaborate as a board, and that meant having a workshop where we talk, and the community comes. They can voice their opinion. Mark picks a date. Everything's done the right way. This is not the right way. I've told you that for 9 months, and I believe it then. I believe it now. We have a manager. Leave him alone. Let's move on and get some work done for the city. We got a lot of trouble. We got a lot of things we got to resolve and fix. Because right now I do not think the community thinks that we're in good shape the way that we're working. We're fighting with each other like children. You filed a complaint against him for God knows what, okay?
And it was dismissed.
Okay, and it was dismissed. This is it. We got this, it's like we need, it's time that we.
It got dismissed because there are people doing bigger things than you.
Hang on,
Okay.
keep going. Mr. Koulianis.
But we have, it's.
Now, you guys want to cause a fight. That's exactly what you're doing. You're not being a unifier by anything you're saying.
Oh, and you have?
Well,
you have?
Hang
Don't
on,
even start.
guys.
Don't
One-
even start. Well, okay, don't even start.
One person
Well,
at a
he's
time.
interrupting me. Gavel him.
I gavel both of you. You're arguing with each other. You're right.
No, he's
Commissioner
interrupting
Eisner-
me. I'm talking, and he's interrupting me.
Commissioner Eisner is out of order.
Okay.
And
Let's,
Mr. Koulianis,
that's
would you like
my
to-
statement. Let's move on. We have a city manager. Let's have a workshop, give him a date. He can pick a date. I don't care if you don't like the workshops, fine. Let him pick a date, and let's do this the right way. We have talent, let's utilize it. If we go out, then fine. But that whole thing last week was offensive. It was offensive. And Commissioner Koulianis is correct, and you're lucky you weren't here the whole week, because your head would have exploded. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Lund.
So, we've heard a lot of impassioned oratory tonight. I'm not going to be one of them. I said on Saturday, after we had our special session or whatever, that I was not satisfied with the two candidates we had, and I'm going to stick to that. Earlier on, the genesis of replacing Mark Licouris occurred during an election cycle that happened 2 years ago. I'm not exactly quite privy to what was going on. It wasn't my platform or place to talk because I had not really had any day-to-day experience with that time. Since then, it's taken on a sort of a genesis of its own. I did review both candidates pretty carefully, including talking to them both at length. And I also did read the resumes fully of the other 18 people that put resumes in there. You guys know I read everything. That's what I do. I wasn't satisfied with any of them. The closest we got to fitting the criteria on paper was Mr. Legge, but he was not aggressive enough, confident enough, and I agree with a lot of some of the things we've heard about, why isn't he someplace else at his particular age? Although that's kind of ageism, and I don't really go on it. So initially, when we started this process, I got feedback that said, we should be hiring this guy. This is the guy, this is the guy. As the weekend went on, I got lots of telephone calls and lots of interface that said, no, we shouldn't be doing this at all with this quick of a decision, and I totally agree with that. So I'm not gonna sit here and proselytize all night, tell you what I think. I've heard what you think. I think this process, should it go on, needs to go on. I understand, maybe a little bit less harshly than some, about the management consultant, headhunter we hired, et cetera. I've dealt with a lot of them in my life. Trust me, maybe at least 50 or 60 separate firms. They try to do the best job they can with the applications they receive. They reach out. Unfortunately, we're also balancing a city manager search at the same time. The city of Largo, and actually several other cities, are also looking. It's not the best timing from that perspective. So anyway, to stop talking, you've heard it all. My vote is, or my indication right now, not vote, is that we keep looking until we find the perfect candidate. If we don't find the candidate, then we don't find the candidate. I'm perfectly happy with Mark. I think that he ought to be able to retire on his own auspices as well. But that's kind of not what occurred over the last couple of years. So if that were to change, I'd be all for it as well.
Okay. There's a couple of comments I want to make, and then I want to suggest something on the motion that may or may not be accepted. One, for the record, after maybe about the 1,000th time, I've never stated I was going to fire Mark LaCourse. Never did. I don't know where anybody would have gotten that impression from. I never have. And I'm not going to. Commissioner Coulier, I may have misspoke about the February workshop. I know that month it had some invoicing for paying for travel expenses, so I think it was sometime around that, plus the brochure that you got with all the information in there that was passed around for commissioners to, remember the color brochure? That was used, we were asked for updates and things like that, and so I'm pretty sure this whole process was a commission process. The liaison, for me, the only thing that I did was to help put the RFP together because of the issue with the city manager helping in that with, for his replacement. The other thing, there's a lot that can be said, and there's a lot to be said about, the one thing that bothers me, and first of all, I really respect everybody's opinion when they're constructive. I really do, and that's not an issue with me. I've never, I don't get impassioned with people. I think all of you know me, that we have these discussions. But when we get accused of lying, corruption, violations of sunshine law, and not to mention disparaging comments about people, that bothers me. And just for the record, Ms. Franzese stated that she knew it was Mr. Legge was a candidate, and that was my top choice on July 16th. We had a workshop on July 14th. That you knew that Mr. Legge, that's when you were told Mr. Legge was a candidate and that he was my top choice. On July 14th, we had a workshop where Mr. Slavin came and brought everybody up to speed on things. And I did not write anybody's name down. I did not. Mr. Slavin asked if I would like to keep take the book with this information in it, and I asked him whether the background checks had been done. There were 3 candidates that were applying. There was a 4th that would have been, but I just told him no. And then on top of that, the only time that I met, and you guys can check my phone logs, y'all can check my calendar, with Mrs. Hungerville was July 10th, 4 days prior to the workshop. I did not know any of the candidates at that time. So I don't know how I would have shared that. On the other hand, Mr. Legge did tell me that he contacted Mrs. Hungerville and introduced himself, but also he did not tell her that he was a candidate for the job. So that's all I'm going to say. Tarpon Springs has a way of creating its own reality sometimes. And Mr. Koulianis, I am partial. If it was me that said something about Mr. Legge, his Navy experience of 21 years, I am partial to a Navy man. I'm sorry. But there wasn't any sunshine law violation. That's my opinion. I don't know when I would have said it if I'm the one who said it, but that's my opinion. That's my opinion. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say. And so basically, if you put the dates together, July 10th is the only meeting that I had with Mrs. Hungenville, except for the Walmart ribbon cutting, which I did not get an opportunity to speak to her there. If I did, it would have been just good morning. And then it would have been the next time I spoke to her was a telephone conversation on August 2nd about the Mrs. Franzi's private Facebook message to me. And Ms. Hungenville told me that she had gotten it wrong, and that she also reminded me that Mr. Legge had contacted her. I'm not pulling any strings. I'm not a puppet master. Mrs. Hungenville is a professional individual. She's not going to misspeak or lie for anybody. So anybody can take that or leave it. The motion that I'd like to ask, who made the motion? You did, Commissioner Kulyas?
Yeah, I made the motion to continue
The
with
only
this.
thing I'm going to ask, the passions are running so deep. I don't want to go back and start renewing a search right now. I'd like for there to be a 6-month cool off or whatever, some period of time to cool off before we do anything concerning City Manager LaCourse. Commissioner Kulianis brought up some lawsuits that we might be involved, for City Manager LaCourse. Commissioner Kulianis brought up some issues with lawsuits. There's a lot of work going on right now. I don't think we need to add this. We need to finish the budget. That's all I'm asking. And if you feel that we need to continue the search, I don't think we're going to get there from what I heard tonight as far as an approach or anything.
I would say we reconvene the search in about 2 to 3 months.
How about?
2 to 3 months to start having a discussion again.
If that's what you want. All I'm saying is if we start doing that, like next week or 2 weeks from now, given everybody what they heard today and fingers being pointed and I just don't think we're going to get there, that's all.
Do we have a motion open on the floor right now?
I'm asking Commissioner Kulyat to amend it. Yes, we do.
I make to add an amendment to the motion to reconvene the city manager search or discussion here in 6 months.
How many?
6 months.
I second.
All right. Let's have a discussion now. He amended his motion. Commissioner Kulianis seconded it. So let's open the comments again. Does anybody have any other observations? Commissioner Eisner.
I don't have a problem going along with this. The problem I have, are we going to go through the entire process again of that we're firing Mark, we're replacing him? Because if that's the deal again,
No,
I just don't want to do this again. It's either where, I want Mark to be in agreement to this as well. Otherwise, what are we doing?
Are you in agreement to delaying 6 months?
Yes. Okay.
I mean, I'm not, other than,
I just don't want to keep the can down
I
the
don't
road
have a
again.
memorandum that I've structured for you to tell you what to do, like some people have insinuated tonight. All I'm asking is for there to be just a cooling off period of some period of time. I asked for 6 months, Commissioner Kulyat gave it to us, and then we can reconvene. I don't have an answer as far as how we would approach, and we may have to start all over. I don't know. Maybe people's attitudes have changed. I have no idea. All I'm saying is we're not going to get anywhere with the emotion that we have going on this evening. That's all. Are there any other comments?
I just want to make it clear. During the headhunting process, when you have 20-something people who apply, you create a log of activity. And what that log of activity is, you describe when you contacted these applicants, when you spoke to them, what your discussion was, and at what point you closed them out, part of this, search process. I have not seen that. I have not seen anything, so My biggest reason for not moving forward with the selection was I was only provided 2. I was provided 2 candidates out of 20-something. You know, the way it was presented, the way I felt rushed, the way it felt funneled was a reason that I wasn't going to proceed to move forward. And I do not wish to proceed to move forward with Slavin Management again. I'm going to make that very clear. I don't need one company just giving us one resume and then have the other one coming through from a reference. So I'd like us to come up with some other ways here in the future. Understand there is a change that's going to happen, but it's not going to happen because this management company decided these were the 2 best people, which I didn't see it. So that's all I have to say for now. Thank you for your patience and hearing our passion, but this is a very serious situation, and sometimes you got to fight for the city of Tarpon Springs, the residents, and the future well-being of it. Thank you.
Let's see, Commissioner Kulianis just finished, Commissioner Eisner, and then I'll go to Commissioner Kulianis. Go ahead. Yes.
So I did want to make mention there's a big difference when you're doing headhunting private versus you're doing headhunting government. And I asked the same question as Commissioner Kulianis about getting the other information. We were told, just so you all know, that until we got a signed approval from the people that applied to have their name be made public, we were not allowed to see that. So it was their choice, not ours. And when the request was made to have these rest of these candidates be made public, I don't even know if he had enough time to ask their permission, but it's now been made public. So, you know, I'm not saying it was a long and big selection that we had to choose from. I'm in agreement. I didn't particularly care to have a choice between 2 candidates, but that's what we got. And there is a take on a lot of city manager jobs, and if you don't move on somebody, they do move on. And it does come down to whether you're going to take, no matter who you replace Mark with, it's always going to be a risk. There's no 2 ways about it. And so either we decide that we're going to take that risk with someone who's a good candidate, and whether they are or they aren't, they could go either way, or you decide to just keep Mark on until whatever. So.
Okay. Commissioner Kulianis.
I'm not going to apologize for my passion. I don't enjoy it. I'm just exhausted by, you know, having to constantly defend Mark. I mean, I felt like we were heading, and like Commissioner Kulianis said, we were actually heading. If he and I hadn't have stepped up, we were heading to pick Leggy on Saturday. I mean, that's where it was headed. And that would have been a huge mistake. I really believe it. I really believe it would have been a huge mistake. And all I'm asking, and I'm going to keep asking, and if I have to call my own workshop myself and just sit here by myself with some residents, we need to have a conversation. Open, not privately with Mark, open with a date that he wants to retire. He deserves a date. It's good, not good, just good for him, it's good for us. Like my buddy said out in the parking lot, it's good. It's hard to find city managers. We got one. Let's utilize him. Let's discuss the option of having an assistant. That way, we have a transition, and then if we don't feel that transition is good, and that's exactly what happened with Ellen Posevich and Mark, right? Mark was helping Ellen, then she ended up quitting. Tell me if my chronology is wrong. He was working with Ellen. Ellen decided to leave, and Mark stepped in. It worked out perfect. Why can't that formula work again? And then we could actually protect ourselves. I know we're not going to be here that long in our tenure, but we can actually set something up, not to have guys who spend 2.2 years in a job or 2.6 years in a job. Leggy, he's got a lot better track record. He's 2.6, okay? But still, we don't, and we got, what, 17? Is that how many years you've been city manager? Okay, 17?
Almost 15.
Oh, 15, all right, still a lot. So 15 years, way more than any of these guys have ever stayed anywhere. So I just want, I feel like I'm Alice in the Looking Glass. Like I keep saying the same thing, and you guys look at me like I'm nuts, and nobody even wants to entertain it. Let's do it. Let's have a workshop. I keep saying it, workshop, just so we can talk and look at other options. We're not in stone that we have to get go to international search. Look at this international. They went out, we spent what, I don't know, 40,000, 35,000, whatever the heck that was of citizens' money. They went out and they hunted and they got these two guys? Really? Come on. So anyways, that's my point.
Can I just get some clarification on your workshop? Is it going to be before the 6 months or after the 6 months?
Oh, before the 6 months. So if we decide we're not going in that direction, at least we know what we're doing. Let's talk about options. I don't care if it's a workshop or whether it's, I have to put an agenda item up. Let's just talk about our options. Do we have a path to inside talent? Do we have a path? Have we even looked at anybody? And I know people here that have the more credentials, more education than Mr. Leggy. No offense to an accounting degree. I got an accounting degree. It's not a public administration degree, okay? And if we got guys here with masters in public administration and we're not even utilizing them, and we're going out and we were on the verge of putting this guy in, I think it would have been a mistake.
Do you want to get with Mr. Koulianis and kind of look at some dates or something? I'm not sure when all this is going to work in, but I don't want to be involved in it. And so you and Mr. Koulianis can work something out, given everything else we have going on.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair enough, Commissioner
Thank you, Mayor.
Koulianis?
I appreciate it.
All right. Is there any other comments? Anything? Roll call, please.
Yes.
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 Yes, and City Manager LaCourse, I suspect we're going to hear from Mr. Slavin as far as what he wants. What the next step, I think, I don't know how we deal with this contractually or anything like that. I don't know whether we should keep him on, but after you talk to him, maybe.
Yeah, let me get with Janina and let me get with everybody, and I'll get that information.
All right. Okay, it's 10:23. Let's go to staff and board comments. Chief Young.
I love Mark too, I just want to say it publicly. Thank you.
Mr. Salzman.
Oh, I'm not saying anything.
You have nothing? All right. Ms. Jacobs.
I would like to thank the board and the residents for their understanding last week of unfortunate thing, but I would like to report that the city clerk's office is back and operating as usual. And I'd also like to remind our residents that starting September 13th through November 15th is our 10th Citizens Academy. We'll be starting, and we do still have positions open for that class. If anyone would like to receive an application, they can contact me, and I'll personally send them one, or they can go online and fill out an application. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have anything?
Yeah, actually, so this has been an extraordinary emotional and kind of flawed thing that we're going through. But we're going through it as a city together. Whether we like it or not, we're here together. We're going to make it work one way or the other. It's going to work out, hopefully, to a very positive outlook. Now, that's all I have to say about that. On another note, John missed it tonight. Today is National Pickleball Day.
Okay, thank you, I guess. Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you all for coming. Appreciate all the comments, appreciate all the emotion and the passion that we have here in this town. I'll be representing you for the next 4 days in Florida League of Cities in Orlando. And hopefully we can move this forward and pick the right person when we can all get together on it. So that's all I have to say.
Commissioner Kulyas.
Yeah, I just want to thank Vice Mayor. He was on point today and really set the tone when some of us was really passionate. So he set the tone and gave a good direction. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome back, Ms. Jacobs, in your office. And the only thing I'm going to ask associated with that is if we could figure something out to get these guys out so the entrances can be opened up again. Quite frankly, I knew what was going to happen as soon as we were told that that was going to be the case. So I don't, even on that note, I don't think it's a good idea to be using the utility office as a, I don't know if you know about that. They were using the utility account office as a passageway today. All right, okay. I think that's, I'm just a little discombobulated, I guess is the word that's used for this evening. So we're going to adjourn at 10:26.